Okay, we are live. Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to start this show off. Okay, so this is a different kind of a live stream. This is actually a fan suggested live stream. Well, most of them are fan suggested live streams. Let me rephrase that. This is a fans playlist that we're going to be doing. This is Spinobi's playlist. So it's a long one. I'm just going to jump right in and play this guy. I don't know any of these songs, so I had a quick scroll to make sure. So yeah, I'm just playing away. It's quite a long one, so that's why I just wanted to jump right into it instead of doing like my other ones where, I like to kind of make sure everybody's feeling all right, making sure everybody's good, thank my patrons and all that. Getting right into it. We're diving right in. But do let me know if at any point I'm too loud or if the music's too loud. I do want to get like a really nice bass there. So yeah, and first up, I'm going to thank my patrons because they're the reason why I'm doing this. So right up top, I'm going to thank Spinobi for this. Thank you, Spinobi. You were the one that donated to my patron. This is actually your second kind of go around for my patron as well. So this is going to be a kind of a nice little change of pace, I think. And thank you to all my other patrons as well. Matthew, Aiden, Andreas, Austin, Anthony, Rick, Kevin, Ted, Bryson, Emulin, Chris, Joggingchum, GRV Rush 2112, Joseph, Charles, Brian, Mark, Brian, Jeffrey, Axel, Joseph, Travis, Calvin, Tomas, Mark, and the new joiner for the patron this week is T-Dog. Thank you very much, T-Dog. I've queued up your live stream, so that's going to be coming up in a little bit. So yeah, if you want to be cool like all these amazing people, feel free to donate to my patron. Down below this video, as well as all my other videos, you will be able to get your own music, or not your own, well, it might be your own music, but your own video suggestions, and anything along those lines. And I've changed my rates a little bit, so have a look, see if there's anything that tickles your fancy, if there's anything that you kind of want to check out, do so, yeah. So yeah, tonight's just going to be kind of like a chill evening, nothing too serious. I'm going to drop those guys down, but we'll revisit them later on. As I mentioned, tonight's just going to be a chill night. It's just going to be chill. We'll do some Q&A because it's going to be a longer evening this evening. I've got some things prepped. For those of you that don't know, I play a weekly Dungeons & Dragons game on Twitch. You can follow that on Darkness and Dragons through Twitch. It's also uploaded on YouTube, so go and check that out. We recently leveled up, so I'm going to be level upping my character, which I'm actually really excited about because there's some changes that's going to happen. So I'll catch you guys up with that as well. So pretty excited for that. So yeah, just checking up to see if there's any questions coming in the Q&A. Ask me anything there in the chat. I'm open to any questions. This is just going to be a nice kind of general chill evening. Just you guys and I. Yeah, it's just going to be cool. It's just going to be a nice general evening. So if you guys have any questions, you want me to answer anything, now is your time to do that. So yeah, drop in those messages. Hopefully we'll get some really good conversations going on. I'm just going to put this out to Twitter again. So come hang out with me. I'm live. So hopefully you guys can, it'll be a good night. Let's see if we've got any fun questions that are coming in yet. I'm also doing this as I'm uploading this week's, whatchamacallit. I'm just going to actually turn that down just a hair. Yeah, I'm uploading this week's videos, so I'm pretty excited for all those. Did you hear the new Anubis yet? Yes, I did. Thank you for asking. Again, I'm just going to turn that down just a hair. Yeah, I've actually got the the video edited, and it's queued up to upload. I'm hoping to put that up on Friday. So that's going to be really, really fun. I'm going to hold off telling you my opinions about the new Anubis album because I don't want to spoil anything. My good friend Similitude of Prague put up his. Oh, there he is. I always want to pronounce it Similitude, but I know it's Similitude. Similitude of Prague. He put up his review, I think, last week of the new Anubis album. I had to watch. It's really, really well done. Yeah, I applaud your articulation and your presentation. Really, really knocked it out of the park there. So if you haven't already checked it out, check out Similitudes of Prague's video on Anubis. Really, really well done. So yeah, let's see here. Just about to go to sleep when the notification popped up. Oh, Siberian. Well, I'm glad you were able to join us for a little bit. This is going to be a longer one. So don't feel like you have to stay up for the entire thing. I have a feeling this will probably go into like 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So this will just be a kind of chill hangout time for everybody. What's your favorite King Crimson live album or albums? Ooh, that's actually a really great question. They put out one, I think in 1974, because I can't remember what they were called. I got like a double live album where it was 2 shows from, I could just look on the Prague archive, and I think I'll just do that right now. Let's see if it will be nice. The Prague archives, unfortunately, isn't very nice to me right now. So I'm just going to hope Prague archives, and just really, really hope that it's being nice to me so I can actually give you the actual answer. Because, yeah, there were 2 albums of theirs. Oh, it's actually being nice to me. Oh, that's great. Let's see. Crimson. Most of the time they're right up on that top. There they are. First line blast in. Let's see what we got. Because I know they had like an actual thing about that. Let's see here. So far in terms of this playlist, I'm getting very electronical dance music, like very EDM. Not quite my jam, but nice background music at least. And that's kind of what we're all about. Yeah, that looks like it's King Crimson. Okay, so their live album that I really liked. Let's see here. Here we go. So it's the Collectible Crimson, and I believe it was volume 1? Live in Mainz and live in Osbury Park. I think I actually enjoyed live in Osbury Park the most because that one had Fractured and Starless on it. Fantastic live album of theirs. Unfortunately, I gave it to a buddy of mine and I haven't been able to get it back, which really kind of irks me because it's interesting too. On the first CD, because it's a 2-album pack there, that's the Live in Mainz. They end with Easy Money, and you can hear them starting to go into Fractured, but they run out of tape. So yeah, I also like how many improv moments there are on that first album. But honestly, I still love that second one, the Live in Osbury Park, because it's just that those last 3 tracks, Fractured, Starless, and 21st Century Schizoid Man. Such a great live album. And really at their peak, at least in my mind, really at my peak. Let's see here. Circus? ? Sure. Are you human? I am. I hope. Yeah. Do I prefer The Raven or Hand Cannot Erase? Yeah, I really like The Raven a little bit more. There are some moments on Raven that still can't be touched. Like, even though Hand Cannot Erase has more moments that I'm just like, damn, son. Like, especially, Home Evasion? Where Guthrie is just, like, really, really, like, hammering it home, But Raven, I still get chills on every single track. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't get chills with Hand Cannot Erase. I just feel like with Hand Cannot Erase, just gonna... Your video is lagging. Yeah, my strength right now is not really good. And I think it might just be because I'm also uploading a video. So you know what? I want to stop that. Just gonna exit that out. That might slow things or speed things up. I'm actually just gonna cancel that. Yeah, close, cancel upload. I'll upload that tonight. That was about 25. Hopefully that'll help. I was uploading a video for my YouTube, so I'm really hoping that helps kind of alleviate things for you. Thank you for letting me know. That was actually really good. So thank you. Hopefully that will help with the lag. But do let me know if the lag is getting worse or anything. I've stopped my upload so that this is the only thing that's going on in the internet right now. Okay, so yeah, where was I? Oh, right, I was talking about the difference between The Raven and Hand Cannot Erase, both from Steven Wilson. Yeah, so I also love the overall concept of both, but I feel like where Hand Cannot Erase kind of started to lose focus, very much like how The Incident from Porcupine Tree just kind of lost its focus about halfway through. I felt the same kind of way with Hand Cannot Erase. I feel like with Hand Cannot Erase, it was a little bit more focused than The Incident, but it still had that disjointed feel at the end of the day, whereas The Raven feels a lot more unified in its separate stories. Like, because it was a concept in terms of telling these different stories that were all unified in some kind of a haunting sense, it's a little bit more singular. It's a little bit more unified in that sense. So, and I mean, my favorite, I think I like the individual songs, like overall from Raven a little bit more. So yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. And if anybody else has any more questions, keep them coming. Like, we're only about 10 minutes in, so let's keep those questions coming. And also, of course, let me know if the lagging is not going well, if my voice isn't loud enough, if the music's a little bit too loud or not loud enough. Again, we're listening to General Spinobi's playlist, and like I said, I've never heard any of these tracks, and so far it sounds very EDM. Not my jam, not quite my style, but you know, it's fine in terms of like background music. So I guess it's doing its job right now. Have I ever read Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy? I have. I love Anna Karenina. I need to reread it because I read it back in university and I plowed through it. So I didn't really get enough time to really get some of the overarching themes and concepts and images that were going on. I love the story. I love the characters. I was always invested. And I remember really, really enjoying it. Like, there are a few classics that I really, really love. And I might not remember everything about it, but I do remember my time in it. Anna Karenina definitely being one of those. Another one that I really, really liked was Jane Eyre. Really, really liked Jane Eyre from Bronte. And a few of those other ones. But yeah, I really, really liked Anna Karenina. I think it's the only Tolstoy that I've read, now that I think about it. I probably should listen to a few other ones. What's my Starbucks drink? It's just water. I just before the quarantine, I went to Starbucks at my last trip to Toronto, and they were having a sale on the cups because they were trying to not necessarily get rid of them, but it was just starting to come down how bad the whole virus thing is going on. So they were having a little bit of a sale just to kind of move stock, and I picked one up, and it kind of reminds me of the before times. And now that I've moved out of the big city, it's kind of a little foot in the past kind of an idea. So it's nice. Have I ever listened to Amplifier? No, I have not. Is it a new one? Because I've been trying to find some really, really good, whatchamacallit, like new stuff. So far, the only one that I've listened to that I'm really liking is Lazuli. I'm hoping to get that review out first thing the next coming week, not this coming Monday, but next Monday. I recorded the video review for that. But yeah, there's a massive spider on my shoulder. Great. Yeah. That spider is massive. I'm sure it is. I mean, joke's on you. I love spiders. I think they're great. They take care of all the other bugs that are, all the harmful bugs that are in an apartment. So I'd rather have an apartment full of spiders than an apartment full of bed bugs or mites or ticks or whatnot. So, here we go. Let's see here. The sound of the background music is not so good. The music itself is also not so good, to be honest. Well, Projects 5. I mean, this is a fan's one. A patron of mine requested this one. It's their music list, their playlist. So I'm up for trying new things. Like I said at the beginning, it's not quite my style, but your mic is upside down. Can't hear you. No, Bluebeard. My mic is just fine. So I don't know what you're talking about in that way. Did you like Golden Grey from Baroness? Not a big fan of that album. Not gonna lie. Golden Grey definitely disappointed me. Wasn't that great. Yeah, I think it's like, I do appreciate a good mellow album, but I just felt like it wasn't quite, like, if you're doing a mellow album, you have to have a crystal clear mixing and mastering. And with Baroness, their mixing and mastering isn't all that, like, it's not their specialty, right? They always love a little bit of a whatchamacallit, they like a muddied mix, and in certain respects, like on Purple and on Yellow and Green, it worked to their advantage, but I felt like when they're trying to be a little bit more mellow and a little bit more atmospheric, it doesn't quite lend itself to that same style. So yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Golden Grey, even after repeated listens. Yeah, I got Public Lice Mate. Things could be worse. Yeah, it's, again, that's why I love the spiders. They take care of that. So yeah, like the apartment that I had in Toronto had quite a bit of spiders. Not like overrun or anything, but you know, cobwebs here and there. And I mean, I would dust it every month, but yeah, I'd rather have spiders than having the dust mites and whatnot. So where are you playing the music from? The sound quality does seem lower than usual. Oh, I'm literally playing it right off of SoundCloud. Like, it's playing directly off the SoundCloud website, the link that you sent me there, Spinobi. So I'm really hoping that it's as good as it can. I mean, I'm playing it off of my computer speakers because I couldn't find a way to link them into anything else right now because I don't really have anything else to play it off of. So yeah, that's all I got right now. Sorry there, bud. I'm just trying to think if there's a workaround. Yeah, if anybody else notices if there's any sound qualities or anything like that, let me know. Because, yeah, right now I'm just basically playing it off of the speakers of my computer, which, I mean, they're not bad. Seem to be working with that. Let's see here. You were talking about La Fantastique. Yes, I was indeed. La Fantastique Voyage de Bonhomme or something like that. A fantastic album. I've been listening to that pretty regularly these past couple of weeks. Really, really digging it. Highly, highly recommended. I gave it a very positive review. So, yeah. No meant the speakers. Yep, the speakers, it's basically just from my computer. I'm just trying to think if there's another way to get around this then. Because unfortunately, I can't Can I Bluetooth it? My computer doesn't like Bluetoothing anymore. I can see if I can Bluetooth it to my Bluetooth speaker. Like, luckily I brought that in. Actually, you know what? Let's see if I can't do that. Let's see. Okay, so we are at whatever that one is. So let's see here. Okay, so we are at that one. So I'm just going to scoot up. I'm going to see if this is... Okay, so I'm going to wait. Okay, so we're at... There we go. Okay, so I'm going to pause that. I'm going to bring that... Hopefully this will work. Now, the only thing is, I wonder if I do... Okay. Now, we're just going to see, though, if... So I want to make sure that it goes into the next track after this. So we're going to see, and we're going to hope that it goes into the next one. Because right now it's Mount Wolf, Red. So we're just going to hope that it goes into that next song of whatever the next song is. Okay, so hopefully this will work. I did a little bit of a workaround, Frankensteinian. Let me know if that works a little bit better. Sounds much better. Okay, great. Glad to work. And actually that will alleviate some of the heavy lifting on my computer so that it can focus directly into just streaming and not having to stream anything. I just have to make sure that my phone doesn't run out of batteries. But I'll keep an eye on that as well. Thoughts on the Flower Kings? You should check out my Flower Kings Worst to Best, where I talk about every single one of their albums. And I have that on my YouTube page. I love the Flower Kings. I think they're a fantastic retro prog outfit. They were one of the few well, not one of the few. They were one of the many bands that got me back into like progressive rock and showed me that retro prog is a fantastic type of prog, and that you know, not all the music that's getting put out, at least back then, was crap. Right? So yeah, I really love basically everything from Unfold the Future all the way up to The Sum of No Evil. Like those 4 albums, Unfold the Future, Adam and Eve, Paradox Hotel, and Sum of No Evil. Those 4 albums from them are just like mwah, mwah, mwah. Like every single album they put out in that sense is just fantastic. Okay, great. Looks like the sound is clear and bassier. Good. Glad to hear. Yeah, I think it was just the difference between playing it on my computer and playing it on my phone. So, well, not my phone because it's currently playing at my phone, but playing it through my computer speakers. So, yeah, good. Cool. All right, I'm just gonna wet that. Okay, so keep those questions coming, guys. What I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to catch you guys up a little bit with my current Dungeons & Dragons game, because that's why we're really here. We want to hear me talk about Dungeons & Dragons. So as I've mentioned, I play Dungeons & Dragons live every Wednesday. I play a, as I always say, happy-go-lucky... oh, it's 2 bassy now. Okay. Okay. How am I going to fix that? 2 bassy. Okay, if I put it... I'm trying to think, because right now it's the vibrations that are doing it, so I need to... I wonder if I put that down. Okay, hopefully that'll work. Make sure that's not completely in the screen. Oh, we're good. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Keep an eye on that. Let me know if it helped. I think it did. But again, let me know. Okay, so what was I talking? Right, Dungeons & Dragons I play every Wednesday. I play it on Twitch live every Wednesday, and then we upload it to YouTube whenever we can. Yeah, right now we're running through this really fun campaign. We just finished a major arc, so if you want to start watching, this coming week will probably be the best time to get into it, because we're going to start something new. Same characters, because we're leveling up, and that's why I'm spending some time right now to level up my character. My character is a little bit interesting, and that's why I needed to give you a little bit of a preamble, because my character is now multi-classing. Essentially, I started playing a wizard, a halfling wizard, known as Penelope Lillian Vesnis Planchet. And she is a happy-go-lucky, carefree necromancer. She was trained by a very, very dark and evil wizard. She didn't know that. She just thought she was studying at school. Things went down, which weren't necessarily all that great. She got expelled. And she now has to pay back all of her student debt. So she started adventuring at that point to try to raise money. After adventuring with her 2 good friends that she's met along the way, she was given this pearl that she didn't realize was trapping souls, so that she can then use their magical essence to boost her own magic. Then they met a really powerful dragon in the guise of a woman who broke the pearl, and now I've got a soul, an extra soul, living in my body. And the way that I'm flavoring this is that it's not Penny or this other woman whose name is Anisha. It's never really like strictly one or the other. It's both at the same time that's created this new person, because both now have access to the memories of each other, and neither one ever has complete control. Both have both hands on the steering wheel. So it's not like one person's got one hand on the steering wheel, the other person has the other hand on the steering wheel. Both are working in tandem. Think of it like, and this is the best analogy I can come up with, the neural handshake from Pacific Rim, right? Like drifting. You can drift, you're drift compatible. So that's what these are. Oh, somebody's saying that the music's a little too quiet. I'm going to boost that up a little bit. Thank you for letting me know. So they're compatible, and because neither one really feels comfortable being called one name or the other, they've now gone into being called Ariana. So that's where we are. And because Anisha wasn't a wizard, she was a different class, we're actually going to be leveling up that class. So you guys are getting a little bit of a spoiler, something that nobody else in the campaign knows about, the other class that Ariana is. So that's going to be... I'm getting little tastes and flavors of Coldplay in this song. Just thought I'd mention that. Just a little bit of like a Coldplay essence, you know? So that's we're going to level her up. So she's a wizard 6, and we're going to level her up within the second level of her multi-class. Okay, so I'm just going to have a quick look at this chat to see if we've got any other questions here. Favorite Marillion album? Probably their first, the Script for Adjusters tier, even though I love Brave and I love Marbles and I also love Misplaced Childhood. Yeah, I have a very, very fond memory and time of Script of Adjusters tier. So, yeah. Let's see here. What's my favorite prog supergroup? That's a great question. Probably Transatlantic. They're probably the most solid in terms of consistently putting out fantastic material, using and infusing the talents of everybody. I mean, at the first album, it was basically just a Neil Morse project, and it was Neil Morse with these other guys. And that's really what I have to like base it on, because I could just say like Liquid Tension Experiment or Experience. But really it's basically just Dream Theater with, oh geez, this is definitely sounding like Coldplay. So yeah. Yeah, Liquid Tension Experiment is basically just Dream Theater with Tony Levin on bass, which I actually really, really like, but they're basically just playing instrumental Dream Theater stuff, and it wasn't removed too far from the root, you know? So Transatlantic for me, just because like Bridge Across Forever and The Whirlwind still go down as two of my all-time favorite albums. Like, I keep going back and forth as to which one I like better, because both are so friggin' good. But like, if I was trapped on a desert island, I would guarantee to take one of those two. Again, because they infuse everything that's so great about each other, right? Like, I love how they're using and utilizing Morse's songwriting ship, but also infusing that with Roland Stoltz's compositions and composing styles. And man, Pete Travis's bass playing. I know it's not Travis, but Travis, his bass playing, like the way that he's able to really ground the song and like really tether it to the rest of the band is just incredible. And of course, you can't say anything bad about Mike Portnoy's drumming style. So yeah, probably my favorite supergroup out of all that. See, it's just going back to Bull Gods with Holidays in Eden and Fear. My dad had Holidays in Eden, and I just never really got into it all that much. Now, that might have been because when I was listening to it, I was really diving deep into the Fish era, and I wasn't really getting the H era at that point. it just didn't really click with me. So I just never really got it. You know, it was a little too mellow, it was a little too atmospheric, and it didn't have that same kind of punch that I was really hoping that I was getting with the Fish era. So yeah. Do I know Cardiac's Sing to God double album? I know of it. I haven't been able to find it though, because Cardiacs are extremely protective of their music. So the only way I've been able to find their stuff is through YouTube. And I don't know. Last time I checked on YouTube, I didn't see it. So I might have to go back and see if I can find it. Yeah. Afraid of Sunlight and Misplaced Childhood. Yeah, I believe Afraid of Sunlight. Doesn't that have... I'm trying to remember what really good song was on Afraid of Sunlight that I liked. I always want to say Interior Lulu, but Interior Lulu's from Marillion.com because I love Interior Lulu. Just that like big explosion that's at the midpoint there. It might be the title track of Afraid of Sunlight, but yeah. Like there's a period within Marillion that I just kind of dropped off the map, right? Because I got back in, like I got into Marillion about 2003. That sounds about right, because I was in high school at that point. So like maybe even 2004, 2005. It was right when they dropped, well, actually just before, because I remember they dropped Marbles. It's kind of funny when I think about it, they dropped Marbles. And the only way that I could listen to it was, like, I went to the big HMV that was in Toronto at the time, just north of Dundas Square on Yonge Street. And it was 3 stories high, took up like a whole complex. And they have everything. I remember when they had, like, if you wanted something, they had it. And so they had Marbles there. But it was just the single album, right? It wasn't the double album that you can listen to on Spotify now. And the only way you can listen to that double album was if you, like, pre-ordered it or special ordered it from them directly. Like, Marillion doesn't really get enough credit for being how innovative a band they are in terms of, like, crowdsourcing right from the beginning. Like, really tying in their fans to the band. I think they were the only band that I can think of outside of maybe Radiohead that really jumped on using new technologies to help sell their albums. Like, I think it was, what was it, Marillion.com, which actually put, like, people's pictures, like their fans' pictures on the liner notes. Really, really fantastic stuff. Holy jeez, like, nobody did that. So I got into Marbles because I picked that up, and that was the new album at the time. And that's part of the reason why I really, really love it. And then I also picked up Best of Both Worlds, a compilation album that the first disc was all of the Fish stuff. And then the second album was a lot of the H stuff. And I remember really, really digging that album. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, right. So there's a gap in my listening of Marillion from about once Fish left, so right after Clutching at Straws, all the way to like Marillion.com. Because I actually sat down and listened to Arachnophobia? I don't know if I have. I don't think I have. No, I don't think I've actually sat down and listened to Arachnophobia. So probably all the way to Marbles. And then from Marbles, I've listened to all the albums from there, like Somewhere Else, Happiness is the Road, which I personally love, but I know a lot of people don't, because I special ordered that, and if you look for my name in the liner notes, you'll actually find it there. So, and then what was after that? Sounds That Can't Be Made. I know that they put out Less is More, but that's in my mind more of a EP because it's just reworkings of their other songs. And then Fear. And I really like Sounds That Can't Be Made. Not a big fan of Fear. I try a lot to get into it. It's just not quite my jam. Not quite my jam. So yeah. Let's see here, just catching up, because I was just talking a lot there about Marillion and their discography there. I didn't realize that Fish introduced Cardiacs by having them open up for Marillion at their concerts. I mean, that makes sense. They're definitely, like, I could see the synergy there, for sure. So I can see that, actually, now that I think about it, yeah. Yeah, you won't find. So, Yogvin, Levy, you won't find anything from Neil Morse on Spotify. He has them all kind of locked down in his Waterfall app. The only thing I think you'll find on his Spotify is the Jesus Christ the Exorcist. And I think he has another album on there as well, like an introduction to his music. Yeah, because he won't list anybody else to do his music. So anything from Spock's Beard that had him as the front runner, anything from Snow and Back you won't find, but anything from like, what was the one? It was the one before Octane. I can picture it, but I can't articulate it. All the albums after he left are on Spotify, but anything with him on it is not on Spotify. Same with anything from his solo work, anything from the Neil Morse band. I guess that's still kind of his solo work. You won't find any of those on there. Transatlantic won't be on there. I was honestly very surprised that Flying Colors is on there. But I guess it's a different record deal. Like, it's not one of his own record stuff. So yeah, you won't find, unfortunately, the only way to listen to his stuff is through the Waterfall app. And I mean, I downloaded the app and then I found out I had to pay like $6 a month to listen to that. And I'm like, geez, I'm already spending like however much I am on Spotify a month, just to avoid any of the ads and to make sure that I can download and listen to it on the, on the go. Oh, did it stop? I have a feeling it stopped. Oh, no, it's still going. Okay, good. Yeah. Let's see here. Hoping to hear the new Major Parkinson album. Love the band, and Single Jonah is pretty cool. Ooh, I don't know Single Parkinson. Sounds interesting. This is the first time I'm hearing about them, so that sounds really cool. And yeah, Flying Colors is, which is good because I really, really like Flying Colors. Their latest album was actually, it surprised me. I kept coming back to it. I actually bought the special edition that comes with coasters and stickers and like a full second disc because I didn't think it was going to be on Spotify, but then it was. So yeah. Oh, interesting. Actually, it's interesting too because that album, their first album, Stamped. That was the that's the only one that I haven't listened to from the start to finish because that's the only one I don't own on physical copy. But I do have their first live album, Live Across America, I think it is, which has a lot of those. So yeah, that'll be fun. Now that I know that it's on YouTube, or at least on YouTube Music. Because maybe that's the reason why. Maybe he doesn't own exclusive rights to it. Because that was just before he left Spock's Beard when he put that out. Because I think that was like 1999 or 2000, maybe 2001. No, Bridge Across Forever was 2001 or 2002. So, yeah. Anyway, that makes sense to me. Nope, don't know Major Parkinson. No, that's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. All right, let's level up some Penny. Let's level her up. Okay, so I got the character sheets here. First things first, we are going to give her some new hit points. Now, I don't know if anybody is a Dungeons & Dragons player. For hit points, you go by class. Now, normally she is a wizard, but we are going to give her the multi-class hit points because she really needs them. Wizards are really squishy. They get squished fast. So her new class, the big spoiler for anybody that's watching, is a druid. Now it's not much, but it's a D8 as opposed to a D6. So instead of getting 4 plus my constitution modifier, I'm getting 5 plus my constitution modifier, which would be 5 plus 1 is 6. I'm getting 6 tasty hit points. Going to add that to my max HP, so instead of 42, it's 48. Yeah. Okay, so she is a Wizard 6 Druid 2. Druid. I gotta make sure that I'm spelling it right. Druid 2. Because this is her second level in this new class of hers. Let's see here. Similitude of Prague. Any thoughts on the new Airbag song, Machines and Men? I haven't actually listened to it yet. Are they coming out with a new album? Please tell me they're coming out with a new album. Because I really like their one that I live streamed last year. That was really, really nice. Okay, so hit points are taken care of. At second level, I now have Wild Shape, and I get to choose a Druid Circle. All right. So this is going to be good. I get 3 spell slots of the first level, but I think because I'm multi-classing and I already have 6 levels in Wizard, I think I could just prepare spells. I gotta double check on that because it's fun when you're multi-classing spellcasters, especially 2 spellcasters. Now I know that the spellcasting works differently for both, but let's see here. Arcane schooling, personalities, equipment. I think it's in playing the game. No, I think it's before equipment that I think it's like personalizing. Yeah, because you got the background, soldiers, ideals. There's the hermit. There's my man, the artisan. If you haven't seen the player's handbook, they've got some amazing art. There's one of my favorite is the artisan. Here, I'll show you guys because this is just fantastic. Let's see here. My boy. Where is he? Don't make me search. Oh, they're gonna make me search. No, that's not him. It's in equipment. Isn't it in equipment? I thought he was in artisans. Did I just am I blind? Have I gone back and forth like 3 times? Maybe I didn't flip. There he is. There's my man. All right, so I'm going to make sure that I'm seeing the same thing that you guys are seeing. Here we go. This guy right here. Look at that boy. That's a boy that's just like, I am here to take names and get her done. My boy. Jeez. That's a boy. All right, so getting back to the multi-classing here. Inspiration, blah, 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 blah. Personalities and backgrounds. Oh, I thought it was in maybe it is past equipment. So I thought it was more of let's see here. No, this is fun. I'm kind of liking this. Very contemporary. Very, very contemporary. Equipment. Blah, 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 blah. Trinkets. Okay, that's how to play the game. I thought about kind of like the overdub that they're doing on the voice harmonizations. That's kind of fun. But again, very, very contemporary. That's something that I've heard a lot. And I have a feeling it's like a shorthand for something or other. I haven't quite figured out what. Yeah, and the sound, like that singer right now, it's reminding me of a lot of those. Indie isn't quite the right term, but like the singing style I've heard thousands upon thousands of times before. Okay, so the spellcasting, no, that's too far. I know that they've got a little chart in terms of how to use magic. I know that this is creating amazing content, and I'm sure that this is all great. Let's see here. What are my current 3 albums of 2020? That's actually a really good question, and one that I can get into while I'm desperately looking for this table. Nothing's really coming to ear right yet, so I still have a feeling that my... could I turn it back up a bit? Sure. Yeah. Let's see here. My 3 favorites so far. Lazuli, probably. I mean, unfortunately, my favorite album so far of the year happened to be an album that came out last year, which was a formal horse. Here Comes a Man from the Council with a Flamethrower. That's probably my favorite album so far, but that was from last year. Lazuli's La Fantastique Yvonne, that is probably one of my favorite ones. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, nothing's really stood out to me this year. Nothing's really making me all that excited. And I mean, we're coming into we're coming into May. We're almost hitting the halfway point, and nothing's really making me all that excited. Yeah, I'm just running through my head to see if there's anything that's like really, really popping out. Like even what was it? Novena? The one with Ross Jennings and the guy from Slice the Cake. That's the only one that's kind of standing out, but not necessarily for a good thing. Like there were some really interesting moments on it, but yeah, I'm not sure. Would you consider Horizons part of? No, I wouldn't. If anything, Horizons would be like the introduction to Supper's Ready, but it's not really a part of it. Now, here's the thing, though. If I hear Horizons, I better have Supper's Ready queued up. Like when I saw the musical box one of the times, they actually played Horizons, and I was craving Supper's Ready, but they didn't go right into it because they saved it for the end for obvious reasons. But because they didn't, I felt so cheated, you know? So... yeah, it's not necessarily like I feel like it's a part of Supper's Ready, but it's definitely like an overture. It's like the introduction. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Do I know the Silmarillion by Tolkien? Yes, I read the first 5 pages and swore never again. Now, that was back in high school, so maybe I should go and revisit it. Because, I don't know, maybe just... I need to go back and reread it, but I just remember after like the 3rd page of, and so it came to pass that Sermonon, son of Irgonsomo, the 3rd king of the 4th age, did construct the sword of Erasmoth, and Erasmoth the brave, son of Irgon the 4th, went forth from that great heavenly peak down to the main plain to recruit. And I'm like, buddy, holy geez, like, less art, more matter. Oh, man. Projects 5. Pendragon, maybe? I need a little bit more context there, Projects 5. I need a little bit more context. Are they putting out an album this year? Have they already put out an album this year? Love Pendragon, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I think they do some really, really great stuff. I'm flipping back and forth through these first couple of pages. You know what? I'm just going to start and flip individual pages until I get to the multi-class, because I thought the multi-class was right in with the background stuff, but it's not. Maybe it's like the first couple of things within, because there's like the equipment and playing the game. Let's see here. Meant for 2020. They put out an album, so I'm going to have to check that out. Yeah, because I didn't realize Pendragon put out an album. Maybe they'll take the one of the reins for being one of the better albums of the year. How is it? I hope it is. Tom, how's it going? Just discovered my channel. Curious if you heard of Genesis's online film festival that's been announced. I didn't realize they had that. I know that they announced a tour, which I guess has been canceled because of everything that's going on. Oh, here we go. Customization options. That's what I was waiting for. Here we go. That's what I'm waiting for. Okay, so, yeah, it looks like I get access to 4th level spells. Huzzah. So, it looks like I've got one of those. Yeah. But because, well, the way that I'm playing my wizard, I know I'm going back and forth a little bit in terms of, like, music and D&D, but that's how I do. There we go. The way that I'm playing my wizard is I have to find the spells. I know some people that play wizards, every level they get new wizard spells that they can then unlock. I personally don't like playing that way. In my mind, the way that I'm playing a wizard, I need to find the spell written down somewhere so that I can then practice it. Like, it makes more sense narratively, because that's how a wizard works, and that's what makes them different than a warlock. That makes them different than a sorcerer, is that they sit down and they study the magic. And so if they don't run into the spell, they won't learn it. So I never understood how other wizards are getting all these different spells if they're not spending either their downtime or their gameplay searching out and finding these spells. So, yeah. I'm going to be... I've already got some spells for my 3rd level. I'm going in... and because I'm playing a druid, I want to make sure that... Here we go. So, to determine what spells I know and compare each one. Okay, so it's how many I can prepare as that level of the character. So if I'm a second level druid, which again, spoiler alert, I can prepare. I'm going to find out how many spells I can prepare. And then I also get to choose my, because I'm a second level druid, I guess I get to choose which circle I get to, my druid circle. Which most of the time I go for Circle of the Land just to piss everybody off, because everybody hates Circle of the Land, and I'm just like, I'm going to play that I want to play. Pendragon is currently the top artist of 20... Ooh! Okay. Well, see, just talking about Pendragon, the Prog Archives website has been very not great for me lately. So, let's see here. Pendragon. Let's see what we got. Because I love some of their past works. And now that I know that they've got a new album out, let's see here. Love over... Wow, 130 ratings at 4.4. Great. I didn't even listen to Men Who Climb Mountains. I listened to Passion. Wasn't all that fun of it. Pure was alright. Pure was the one that kind of got me into Pendragon. Well, actually, the one that got me into Pendragon was The Window of Life and Masquerade Overture. Those kind of like 1-2 punch. What was it? Paintbox, I think? Was Paintbox from Window of Life, or was that Masquerade Overture? Let's see here. Just taking a quick look. It looks like Prog Archives is being kind to me now. No, it wasn't from The Window of Life, so it's got to be from... the Masquerade Overture. Let's see here. Yeah, Paintbox from the Masquerade Overture. Love that song. Oh boy. Paintbox, you are my only... Yeah, I can't spell. But I didn't even see Men Who Climb Mountains. Huh. So this is the first album they put out in like 6 years. Well, I'm going to be queuing that up for sure. Looks like it's something completely different. Let's have a quick look at the runtime here. Let's see here. 64 minutes. Okay. Got some good beefy boys. Got some, 8 minutes, 8:19, 7:50. Nice. Okay. This will be fun then. I'm really looking forward to listening to this. See, this is part of the reason why I love coming onto these. I'm getting more and more items by that. Let's see here. There is going to be, they've announced an online film festival starting today, every Sunday. Cool. Oh, I see. They're going to upload a concert film to their YouTube channel, starting with 3 Sides Live today. Interesting. Although, I will say they're missing quite a number of them. If they're starting with 3 Sides Live, right? There's The Lady Lies, which is the one that I have. That was the one that they put out just after or before Duke. It's very heavily... it's got a lot of songs from And Then There Were Three. I love that one. Really, really fantastic. And then, of course, you've got all the ones with Peter Gabriel. It's a shame that they don't have any of those on there, but maybe they do. It would be interesting to see that 3 Sides Live is coming there. Let's see here. I haven't listened to it, but everyone I've talked to said that Pendragon is one of the best albums of the year so far. Cool. Well, maybe I'll have to, I'm definitely going to have that. The video's lagging. Okay, unfortunately, I can't do anything about that. I've done everything that I can, but thanks for letting me know. Let's see here. How about a classic album review for The Wake by IQ? Ooh, that might be fun. I love The Wake, by the way. Although I think I like Tales from a Lush Attic a little bit more. Just like The Enemy Schmacks, and there's another song off of that one that I really like. But I could probably do one for The Wake. Yeah. You can donate to my Patreon and really make sure that I listen to it instead of me just being like, yeah, I'll get around to it and probably not getting around to it. So, yeah, just, Okay. Bought it from a website, got refunded because they ran out of stock. Oh, man. Wow, I guess it's a really good album if they ran out of stock. It was heavily broken in the recent weeks, but it seems to be fixed now. Yeah, because it was just... Projects 5, it was just unbearable. Holy jeez, I had to go through like a security clearance every single new page that I went from. Like, it was ridiculous. And so I just like, I'm out. I can't do this anymore. It's too much. Like, if my experience is this, you know, I just can't do it. I can't do it. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Yeah, for some reason the Wake is really a lot more popular, which I never really understood. Maybe it's because it's less proggy and more accessible? Like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know about that. Alright, so let's see here. We are... so, the spell casting, I already got that. I can ritual spell, which I already had before. What I want to know is how many spells can I prepare? So, I am a 3rd level druid. I have 4 1st level spells and 2 1st level spell slots. With a wisdom of 16, your list of prepared spells can include 6 spells of 1st or 2nd. Okay, so, let's go back. Let's do that D&D stuff. The druid table shows how many spells and spell slots I have. Okay, so maybe I should just go back to that. So, spell slots per level, cantrips known. Okay, so if I'm at the 1st, I can... Well, that doesn't really tell me how many spells I can prepare. That just tells me how many spell slots I would have had. But I know I have more than that. So, to cast one or more, you must expend. To prepare your list of druid spells that are available to you, choose the number of druid spells. When you do so, choose the number of druids. Number of druid spells equal to my wisdom modifier plus my druid level. So, druid level's 2, wisdom modifier's 1. That gives me 3. I can prepare 3 druid spells. So, I'm just going to make a quick note of that somewhere here. Let's see here. Let's go for my class features. I'm going to start from the bottom up. So, druid spells. 3. Now, I also get wild shape, which is cool. Using my action to magically assume a shape of a beast that you have seen before. You can use this feature twice. You regain expended slots, blah, blah, blah. I already know about this. Now, I am going with the Circle of the Moon, because this is how I want to play this one. So, Circle of the Moon, blah, 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 blah. Wild shape on my turn. So, as a bonus action, let's see here. Starting at 2nd level, when you use your wild shape, you can max range CF. Ooh, alright. Cool. So, Circle of the Moon. Of the Moon. Wild shape. Right on. Wild shape. Fun times. Okay, here we go. I've got some more questions. Keep them coming. Do I know the Israeli band Tatran? No, I don't. Suggest me an album. Did I hear that Neil Morse finished tracking a new concept album during the quarantine? He sent them off to Randy and MP. I think Eric will be involved, though. Oh, you don't think he will be involved? Yeah, because he sent out just before the quarantine an album that everybody can download, and it was beautiful. Like, it's songs that we've all heard before. It's all of his stuff, but I don't know. I've been listening to that quite a bit during the quarantine, just to keep me sane, like just to keep me grounded, because I really needed something. Because oh boy, it has not treated me well. I mean, I was fine for the first little bit, but there's been just some personal stuff that came up that just really threw me for a loop. And it probably, like, it would have happened outside of the quarantine. Like, the quarantine itself, I'm fine with. A little bit of personal information about me. Like, I had severe anxiety in my teenage years and my young adult life, like crippling anxiety. And only recently, like, I was able to develop strategies and going to therapy, getting over that hump. I was able to see the other side. So, I think with this quarantine, it brought me back to where I was in my time of the life that really reared that anxiety head around. And so I already knew how to get out of that because I'd already gone through it. So that was never a problem for me. It was just a few of these life incidences that really like threw a major wrench into the gunworks and really started to spin me out of control. Like I'm still kind of coming out of it because I'm still quite shooken about it. But yeah, it was not pretty. Not pretty at all. Don't get homesick easily? No. I used to. I used to really, really easily. And the way that I got out of that was I left home. I left. I moved out. It caused a hell of a lot of difficulty for me. But once I got over that, I don't get homesick because there's no homesick to get. So yeah, it was really interesting too. Really, really interesting. So yeah. Yeah, one easy way of getting over your anxiety, find the most terrifying thing you can think of and do it. For me, it was moving 3 hours away from my home, so I did it. On the upside, I walked away of that with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology with honors. So that's how you do. All right, so I think that's pretty much all I need to do. Now I can load up those and prepare some spells for the next game, as well as I've got my wild shape going on. So yeah, I'm pretty much all leveled up because all I really had to do was give myself the wild shape because I'm now 2nd level, choose my circle, which I'm choosing the Circle of the Moon. Yeah, I've got some more spells, so that'll be fun. Yeah. Ooh, and I think, so let's see here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, and I think at 2nd level? Yeah, 2nd level I still only know 2 cantrips. I have to go to 4th level to get my 3rd, and then all the way to 10th level before I get my 4th. Although, I think that's the multi-class table that I should be looking at for cantrips. Let's see here. Let's see here. What do you feel like you've personally grown over these years of your adult? Let's try that again. What ways do you feel you've personally grown over the years? Wow, you're really, that's a big one. That's a personal one. A lot, man. Just a lot. Yeah, it's really hard to kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, like whenever you're doing things like that, it's always like 3 steps forward, 2 steps back a lot of the time. So every time I'm like, oh yeah, I'm totally good in this sense, and then something happens and you're like, no, I'm not. So it's yeah, definitely 2 steps forward, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. So I'm trying, I think, I'm not letting my fear dictate what I'm doing and not doing, because that was the major hindrance a lot of the times. I would feel comfortable and not want to take any risks or change that, and I still do. You know, my family used to say I was cocooning too much, which literally was just like me feeling too oh, there we go, playing the game, I think it is. Warcaster skills. See, this is all, and there it is. Goods and trades, spellcasting services. So what was I talking about? Yeah, I would just cocoon. I wouldn't test myself. I wouldn't push myself. A lot of that also came with a low self-esteem and a low sense of self-worth. I'm still battling with that. I don't think anybody isn't. And if they say that they're all good, let me know how that goes for them. Okay, so if I am technically 7th level. Okay, so I still only have 4, so I don't get any of those. Cool. Yeah. That's pretty much it about that. Yeah. All right, let's see here. I've leveled up my character, all that. I could probably take a quick look at some of the spells that I want to prepare. If I've got 3. 4. And the best thing about the multi-classing is even though I'm a 2nd level druid, I can still cast those 1st level druid spells at higher levels. So that's always fun. Keep those questions coming, by the way. It looks like we're starting to get people to drop off. I kind of figured that. I have a feeling probably at like once we get closer to like the midpoint of ooh, that's good. That's fun. I have a feeling it'll only be like 1 or 2 people that's left. Arriving May 1st. Cool. All right. Yeah. So yeah, keep those questions coming because I have a feeling we're going to have a bit of a drop-off and I'm going to need something to talk about. Otherwise, I'm just going to be choosing some of my druid spells that I can cast. So let's see here. Some of these I already have. Okay, so definitely taking Cure Wounds. Because, I mean, I can take any of these throughout any day. But I think Cure Wounds for sure, because nobody on our party can heal. And that has been a detriment. So I'm just going to add that. Cure Wounds. Cure Wounds. Because we are going to need that. Ooh, Fairy Fire is actually a really good one. Fairy Fire. Fire. Yeah, if anybody, let me know if anybody in the chat there plays D&D. Let's see here. Healing Word, Long Strap, Purify. Speak with Animals, I think would be fun. Although I don't have a whole lot of attack spells. Like I've only got... Now, you know what? I'm going to write both Speak with Animals and Thunder Wave down. Thunder Wave. And, of course, Speak with Animals. Because you got to have Speak with Animals. I mean, I could do Entangled, but I just feel like, I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, I think Speak with Animals. Because I just think... Speak with Animals. There we go. Let's see here. I need to go. Thank you for the great conversation. No worries, man. Thank you very, very much for coming out. Hopefully we'll be doing more of this soon. Yeah. This is where the playlist starts to get really atmospheric. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Yeah, so I've got some of those. Now, I know that I can prepare spellcasting. So then, Druid, I can prepare 3 spells. And for Wizard, I can prepare, I think it's like 9, because I think it's the Wizard level plus my Constitution modifier. Let me just double check that. Way of the Shadows, blah, 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 blah. Ranger Archetype, Rogue, Warlock, Wizard. All right, let's see here. Wizard. Ah, wait, where it is. Preparing spells. Prepare. Choose number of spells from your school book. Intelligence modifier plus wizard level. So, wizard level 6. Intelligence modifier is through the roof because she is smart. Intelligence modifier is 3, so that's 9. 9 spells. So... I'll just erase those that I have prepared. And I've got 1 4th level spell. But of course, I didn't choose any of those. So, there we go. All right, let's see here. Favorite King Crimson singer? Ooh, that is a good question. I think I answered this last time, but I really, really like Greg Lake. I love what he brought to the band. I love some of the, like more of the emotive side of it. Like I feel like John Wetton was much more of a powerhouse singer. Like he could just belt it out and just like, he had that really rich and layered vocal work. Whereas Adrian is much more of a quirky, fun, avant-garde, experimental style, which I never really appreciated all that much. I wasn't a big fan of that. But Greg Lake's emotion side of that was just dripping. Really, really like that. So yeah, probably Greg Lake's, even though he was only on 2 albums. I mean, technically, John Anderson was, he was on Lizard, right? He was on the title track, Lizard. He did the first thing, the Prince Rupert Awakes. So, I mean, he could be classified, right? Let's see here. How has your music taste evolved over the years? Do you tend to have more or less appreciation for styles that you maybe didn't in the past? Yeah, I mean, it depends on how far back you go, right? Like when I was a kid, it was all about the Sesame Street. I know when I was a youth, like we're looking at like teenager and young adult, like anywhere from like 15 to about 20, 21, I was very much like progressive rock is the true art form of music, and popular music sucks because it's not layered and it's not complex, and what's even the point? It's just there to make money. There's no artistic merit behind it because it's all the same. That is a toxic and horrible opinion, guys. Do not subscribe to that, please. If you have that, really, really take a look at yourself. No style of music is any better than anybody else. I think I've just come to the realization that it's just how much you connect with a style of music. And that's really about it. Like I realized when I was a young adult, there was a lot of music out there that I just was not connecting with. Like I was a young adult in the mid to late 2000s, right? So we're looking at like 2004 to 2010. And all that popular music at the time was like party life or gangster rap or EDM and all that kind of stuff. And it was all like the party life and look at all the great things I have and like idealizing that type of wealth and that type of fame and that type of lifestyle. That wasn't for me. I was just a book nerd that loved to play Dungeons and Dragons, that loved not intellectual music, but like complex music from the 70s, right? So, yeah, I remember having not necessarily an argument, but definitely a conversation with a friend of mine that was just like, no, Marillion's music is objectively better than this other band that was contemporary at the time. And like looking back, it was just like, no, you idiot. There's no difference between what Marillion was doing at the time and what this other band was doing. It was just I was connecting with Marillion because they were a little bit more angsty without being like middle class white angsty. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like Fall Out Boy or My Chemical Romance angsty. It was more of just like that UK burn the anarchist, like down with the monarch angst that I think I found a little bit more like that angst part about it. So I definitely connected a little bit more with that aspect of it, as opposed to the angst that I found going around at that same time. So I've come to realize that no music expression is any better or worse than another. The only difference is how much do you connect with it. So yeah, and I think with that it's expanded. And that's just with what I've been exposed to. And with the internet, it is exposed exponentially. I think, did it stop playing? Unless like the next song is like really, oh no, it's still playing. There's just a lot of, let's see here. Where are we? Okay. So we're at collapse. Oh, it literally did stop playing. All right. How much do we have left? Oh boy. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we are, how far along? Okay. So we're there. Okay. So we're about a quarter of the way through. All right. So yeah, that's about where I am in terms of, especially with, how are we doing for, okay, we're still good. yeah, so that's kind of how it's evolved. Now I know different genres I've gotten into just because like I literally sat down and almost forced myself to listen to it, or I found a better way to get into it. Like for example, I got into Opeth through Watershed and Damnation because those were a little bit more accessible to me. And then I fell in love with the death metal scene. Same with Between the Buried and Me. A friend of mine introduced me to them back in 2010, 2011, and I fell in love with them. He was just like, oh, you like longer stretches of music that really do crazy things? Well, you should try Between the Buried and Me. And those were two big gateways. And then another friend of mine suggested that I should listen to Mastodon, and I listened to Mastodon, and I couldn't. But then I listened to Crack the Sky, and I'm like, okay, I can finally get into it. So I think I'm just more open to listening to different styles, knowing that I just might not connect with it. Like, for example, EDM doesn't do anything for me. I just don't connect with it. I just don't feel all that excitable to it. I don't feel all that connection, I guess would be the best word for it. Like, it's great atmosphere, and it's great background music. It's kind of like lo-fi, low chill hip hop to study to. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like yeah. Okay, let's see here. That was a lot of rambling on here. Can I expect a Tool worst to best from you? Maybe. I mean, that will be a really quick one. Because there's only 5 albums. Undertow, Enema, Lateralis, 10,000 Days, and Fear Inoculum. So that would be pretty easy. It might be. Yeah. Although I have a feeling that, it's not all that controversial. See, I really love Fear Inoculum. I really did. It might be my second favorite album from them. I really, really like that to be, I think it's my second favorite album. I love it, you know? Like it's I know on my review, it did one of two things for me, you know? It did 2 things for me. It showed me that with a lot of these bands, and I don't like using that terminology that like a lot of these bands nowadays, but I love those playouts, and I love those jam sessions, and I love their attention to detail and just really emoting so much, and not letting a song just wither away. Like, they really took their time and really developed the songs. But it also showed me that people don't want that, and that's why not a whole lot of people do that. So yeah. If you're playing off your phone on a Bluetooth, do you have a charger? I'll have to run and get one. That's why I'm keeping my eye on the, because I'm running it off of my phone to a Bluetooth speaker. So yeah, I might have to do that. We'll see. Would you find this playlist to be too EDM for you to connect? Yeah, definitely. But that's okay. Like I said, I don't mind checking out new music. As I said, I'm not connecting with this at all. I'm finding too much similarities of contemporary music and modern music that uses a lot of these same techniques, and I'm not seeing too much variation of that. Now, I do recognize that a lot of that is my ignorance to the music style, but in my mind, like the song that we're listening to right now feels very much like an Owl City meets not Bruno Mars, what's his face, like Train, and like more of those singer-songwriter dudes in that sense. I just don't feel a lot of variation on that. So, but I'm more than happy to give it a go and give it a try. So yeah. What's my favorite 80s metal album? That's a good question. I really like Operation Mindcrime from Queensryche. Really like them. Just thinking through. Blizzard of Oz, I believe, came out in the 80s, and I really like that one from Ozzy. Unfortunately, I haven't heard a lot of 80s Metallica, so I can't really comment on them, because I think Master of Puppets was like 91. And I really like the Black Album, even though it's super mainstream. I still love that album. Yeah. I think that's about it. Yeah, let's talk about Van de Graaff Generator. Let's talk about Van de Graaff Generator. I like that. I like that. I can switch gears a little bit and talk about some Van de Graaff. They are the best. I really love them. The only problem, though, is that I listened to them during that upheaval that I was talking about, where I left my home. So now whenever I listen to them, I get transported back to that mindset, and I'm like, ooh, no, that's not, ooh, that's some bad juju there. So it's one of those things where, like, I love them and they helped get me through that time, but oh boy, I was like, that was going to be the next worst to best. Like, before I did the Flower Kings worst to best, they were actually the ones that I was going to do, was Van de Graaff Generator worst to best. Because, man, I love Pawn Hearts, I love God Bluff, I love Still Life, I love World Record. So many great tracks on all those. Man, the second side of World Record with Mowgli's 3 and Wandering. Oh man, that is such a trip. Such a friggin' trip. Is there a greater song than A Louse Is Not a House? Yeah, Childlike Faith, and I still love Mowgli's 3, although I think maybe my favorite one is The Lighthouse Keeper. Yeah, The Plague of the Lighthouse Keeper from Pawn Hearts. Because I keep kind of going back and forth as to what my favorite album of theirs is. Is it Pawn's Heart? Is it Still Life? Is it God's Bluff? Or is it World Record? Like, those 4 albums are just like so close. Like, you need to take a microscope to be like, which one is better? But they're so really good. And I have started listening to the Peter Hamill's solo album. What was that one? It's the really big one. I actually picked it up and I listened to it, and even though it's not Van de Graaff Generator, it still brought me right back to that time, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna put that on the shelf. Maybe I'm not ready for that yet. So yeah. I also, what's another song that I love from them? I mean, Sleepwalkers. That ending of Sleepwalkers. It's just it's so friggin' good. Yeah, I actually have a live album of theirs. Real Music, I think it is. Let me just have a quick look. Back to the Prog Archives. Ooh, I better queue up Pendragon, because I'm going to forget by the time I finish this off. I'm actually going to make a note, because I want to make sure that I remember. Listen to Pendragon's new album. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go to, what was I looking at? Oh, right. Van de Graaff. Van der Graaff Generator. Let's see what we got. Yeah, because they have a live album that I have of theirs that is just, it was released a little bit later on, which is interesting because I find a lot of bands that release an album, like a live album, later on in their career generally don't do so well. The only exception that I've ever found is David Gilmour with his 2 that he put out. One that was touring with On an Island, where Richard Wright was still alive, and the other one that he put out with Rattle That Lock. Both those are just incredible. Like, probably one of my favorite live Pink Floyd albums. They're just so hauntingly beautiful, you know. And the other one was what was another one? Yeah, so the Van de Graaff Generator, their live album of Real Time That's the one, released in 2007. That was the one that followed Present, just before they released Trisector. Really fantastic, because there's 2 songs off of Present that are a lot of fun. There's, what is it, Nutter Alert, Everybody's Emperor, Every Bloody Emperor. Those 2 tracks are just so fun. And actually that song of Real Time, or not Real Time, sorry, of Present is really good. Like, for a later album from a prominent prog band, it's really freaking good. Now, unfortunately, I haven't actually listened to the Grounding, what is it called? The Grounding in Numbers, ATL, or Do Not Disturb. I just never got around to it. But yeah, I do remember really, really liking Present. So now I'm just having a quick look at... It's interesting, too, because I've listened to a number of the songs from Least We Could Do Is Wave at Each Other and H to He, Who Am the Only One. I've listened to a number of those songs because of the live album. I also had listened to Vital. I think I might have seen that on vinyl. But yeah, I don't remember too much from them. I think one is Killers. Which one had Killers on it? I feel like Killers was from H to He. Let me just double check. I've completely abandoned the chat, guys. Sorry. I'll be right back in a second. I'm just doing a little bit of a deep dive here. Yeah, Killers starts off H to He. Who Am the Only One. Yeah, with the Emperor in his war room, Lost, and Discover Prisoners Over Sea. Yeah. See, this song isn't bad. It's reminding me a little bit of Enigma. Just, it's got a little flavor. But, yeah. And then Least We Can Do It Wave at Each Other. What was the big song off of this one? Refugees. That was the big one. Yeah, that was the one that really got me into it. Yeah, let me just check back to that dashboard. Okay. Let's see here. Let's get back to some of these questions. Genesis latest lineup will play a 10-date arena across UK and Ireland throughout November and December. What do you think about it? I think it's great. I mean, if they want to do it, they're too far away for me, and it would be too expensive for me. I saw them back in 2007 with their Turn It On Again tour, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I enjoyed listening to them live. I mean, they're my favorite band, right? So actually getting to see your favorite band is a very big treat. I did feel, looking back, I felt like it was basically just The Way We Walk Part 2, or I guess Part 3, because there's The Way We Walk Part 1, which is the shorts, The Way We Walk Part 2, which is the longs, and this one was just like another edition of that. Like, they didn't really, I don't know, they didn't really do too much else. I think it's good. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a change up, like maybe incorporate Steve Hackett, because Steve Hackett's been playing Genesis music for the past decade, and he's been selling out really, really big places. So I think they would have, they could have done a little bit more with that, or even include Peter Gabriel. Like, that would have been really cool. I don't know if that would actually happen, because I think Peter Gabriel's more of a forward thinker, outside of like doing some charity events. But who knows? Maybe they'll team up, doing like a little bit of a fund relief or something like that. So yeah, I don't know if it'll actually happen at this point, just because of all the other concerts that have been shut down. So yeah, because I'm pretty sure all the concerts this summer have been like cut. So who knows? I don't even know if it will. It'll go through. If you had one concept album to listen to forever, what would that be? That's a good question. What would that be? One concept album. Let me see here. Just thinking through that. I'm trying to think of something that wouldn't get old. There we go. Because that's the other thing that you want to keep in mind. One that wouldn't get old, so there's got to be enough variety on that. It can't just be one solid thing. I really, oof. Like every time I think of one, another one pops up. Like one that immediately came to mind was Tommy from The Who. But then the Human Equation from Arion popped up, and I'm like, oh, that's another really good one that I would probably want to listen to a lot. Originally, I was thinking of like the classic ones, like I Wouldn't Want the Wall. Lamb Lies Down, Broadway is good, but I have a feeling if that was the only one I could listen to, it would get stale pretty quickly. Yeah, I think maybe Arion's The Human Equation, because at least there's enough variety on that, and it. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that I would want to listen to. So yeah, I'll stick with that one. Let's see here. The Silent Corner and the Empty Stage. Similitude. What does that mean? I don't know that one. I would say that the bent knee has been getting better and better with time. Yeah, I would agree with that. Do I listen to Soen? Yeah, I do. Not a big fan of theirs. Like I'm not as a big fan as I think a lot of other people are. But I still enjoy them. Yeah. Let's see here. It is the electronica itself that turns you off from connecting the music, or is it just the modern style and the vocalization? Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's not connecting with it. It could just be the modern style. I think it might just be... I don't know. I'll let that percolate and get back to you. That's right. Okay, thank you, Similitude. The name of the Peter Hemmels. I knew it sounded familiar. I knew it, like it just wasn't out of left field. I'm like, I know that means something, but it's not really coming. Oh, Thick as a Brick out of the Lamb. Yeah, and Metropolis Part 2 is another. Those are all really great ones. I mean, even to a certain extent, like 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence would be a really good one as well. Again, like the more I think about it, the more these other albums come in. I'm like, such a good, like the Death-Defying Unicorn. So good, right? Like I could listen to that one day in and day out and still get more out of it. Yeah. It's hard. Have you heard the Maudlin of the Well? No, I have not. So I can't say that I have. Sorry. Okay. Well, looks like Penny is all... Or not Penny. I'm doing the same thing that my other players do, and keep referring my character to Penny when it's Ariana. Yeah, so I've got her spells... and I'll just kind of let that percolate. Ooh, what I should do, actually, I'm going to have a look at the Druid spells from Xanathar's. Because Xanathar's has some great new spells that I could probably grab onto as well. Let's see here. Druid spells. Let's see here. Absorb Elements, Beast Bond, Earth Tremor, Ice Knife I already have, and Snare. Let's see what this Beast Bond does. That's a divination spell. It's not quite my bag of tricks. Let's see here. Beast Bond. Beast Bond. Beast Bond. Establish a telepathic link with one beast you touch that is friendly to you or charmed by you. Spells fails if the beast intelligence is 4 or higher until the spell ends. The link is active while you and the beast are within sight of each other. Through the link, the beast can understand your telepathic messages to it and can telepathically communicate simple emotions and concepts back to you. While the link is active, the beast gains advantage on attack rolls against any creature within 5 feet that you can see it. Ooh! That's kind of fun. I'm going to write that down. I mean, it's not going to be one that I prepare regularly, but that's definitely fun. I'm going to speak with animals, and I'm going to put a little Beast Bond. Beast Bond. That's fun. Let's see here. Do I listen to doom metal? I do from time to time. Bell Witch is the only one that I've really dove into really heavily. I also really like Sun O. I have a couple of their albums as well that I really, really enjoy. Oh, there was yeah, I think it was from Sun O. One of the composers from that band wrote the score for Joker. That was really, I think, the only the only good thing about that movie. I shouldn't say that, but yeah, no, that was a. Every once in a while, I'll pick up some Doom stuff. Not my favorite, but I'll just get into that feeling where I'm like, yeah, I could use some Doom metal right now. Let's see here. Louse is on that album, so your next favorite song is still to come. For Silent Corner. Okay, sure. Mod of the Well is an avant-garde progressive metal band that are really good and interesting. Okay, I'll check them out. I always love different bands, so let's see here. Maudlin of the Well. I'll have to check that out. Louse is such an epic song. Amazing. Radiohead also has Kid A, which is a concept album. Yeah, I guess. But for a concept album, my favorites are Thick as a Brick, The Downward Spiral, Operation Mindcrime, and Still Life. Still Life, I'm guessing that's the Opeth one and not the Van der Graaf Generator, because I know that we were talking quite a bit with Van der Graaf Generator, eh? Yeah, Still Life was pretty good too. Although I think I prefer Ghost Reservoirs or... although Ghost Reservoirs isn't really a concept because they kind of abandoned it halfway through. Like there are flavors of the concept throughout it, but yeah, I really like Watershed. Like that's more of a concept album, but still not quite. I guess in some respects, Raven That Refused to Sing is a concept album. I really like that one as well. Again, like there's so many really, really great concept albums out there. Yeah, didn't like Joker. I mean, it's not that I didn't like Joker. It was just, you know, like it was just, like, I don't know. It was fine. It just, I don't know. It was just fine, I guess. Yeah. He doesn't know Louse yet. Tell him to check it out. Louse. I'm guessing that's from Silent Corners. Because, yeah, I do know that I need to revisit that album. If it's a song on that album. Again, I only listened to it once. I'm like, I can't not quite ready for that. It's just, oh yeah, that's right. Francis the Mute is another good one. Now, would I be able to listen to Francis the Mute, the single, like the song, in conjunction with that? Because that would, I also really like that. I love that. Yeah. Man, there's so many really good concept albums out there. It's hard to choose just one. It's kind of like choosing your favorite child, you know? It's hard. Okay, all right. Let's see what else we got. I can check out some more Druid spells. Because I know Absorb Element, I already know. Earth Tremor might be fun. And that goes a little bit more with my character. So let me just see here. Earth Tremor. Because she already knows Mold Earth. So this would actually go well towards that. Earth Tremor. Here we go. Cause a tremor on the ground and range. Each creature you see within that must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, creature takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage to the prone. If it's loose, earth, or stone, it becomes a difficult terrain until cleared. Each 5-foot diameter portion requires at least 1 minute to clear by hand. Huh. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. I might be able to put that. Yeah, Brave is another really good concept album. I would also put, like, if we're talking about Marillion's concept album, I mean, Misplaced Childhood is really up there. I also really love the concept of Happiness is the Road, even though the last song of, what is it, Essence is the first disc of that? Because you got two, right? You've got Essence and you've got The Man from Planet Marzipan, I think is the second album of that. But yeah, Have you heard the new Albion Radio Hour, a Dispel Punk opera by Paul Shapira? No, I have not. Sorry. I haven't heard that one yet. Sorry, my dude. I think I might actually grab a second. You know what? I think I want to do that. I want to have 2 spell sheets here. So I was just thinking about it, and this one spell sheet is getting really crowded. So I'm going to have 1 spell sheet for Druid and 1 spell sheet for my... Oh, that's actually a really good point. I better check up on that. What's my spell save and attack bonus for my spells if I'm multi-classing? Are the same? Because I'm technically pulling from a different pool. These are the things you have to think about when playing Dungeons and Dragons, my friends. You have to consider so many different things. And please keep those questions coming. I've been loving the questions. Rules of magic, dodge, casting spells, combat, short rest, social interactions, adventuring, survival checks, ability checks, brawling. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Extra attack, spell casting. So that's what I want to make sure that I know. Spell slots and pact magic. Oh, they don't actually tell you. I guess it's just the same. Yeah, I guess it's still just the same for those. I'm going to assume that it is. Yeah, each spell you know is associated with one of the class. So they're associated with it. Yeah, that's spells I know. Determine spell slots. Pack magic. If you have both the spellcasting class feature and the pack magic spell class for warlocks, you have not multi-classing in a warlock, so that doesn't fit. Yeah, okay, so I guess I just keep using my regular old spell save and attack bonuses, so I will continue to do that. Now, you know what? Well, yeah, I think I might. Just to differentiate between the two. So, druid spells. I mean, at least this way I can kind of like write them out a little bit too. You know? So I'm not like tripping over myself. Because right now my first level spell slots are all taken up. So I'm going to speak with animals. Speak with animals. Beast bond. Beast bond. Then we got fairy fire. Because I love fairy fire. Fairy fire is like a quintessential spell. If you do not have it, get it. Fairy fire. Fire. Cure wounds. Cure wounds. And I'll also put healing word just to have another one. Healing word. Thunder wave. And then what was it? Earth tremor. Earth tremor. And then instead of having spell slots, I'll just have spells I can prepare. I'm thinking about that. Spells that I can prepare? 3. Cool. So this way it opens up my wizard spell list a little bit more. So I'm not tripping over myself when I'm trying to... And then this way I can also add more first level wizard spells if I discover them. And then I can choose to prepare them or not. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, well, I'm going to check the chat first. Let's see here. What about Progressive Electric? Any favorite bands like Klaus Schlutt or Tangerine Dream? Yeah, I love Tangerine Dream. I also love like Tamata. I also love, like, I would also consider like Vangelis in there, or Vangelis, or however you want to pronounce it. Really, really like that stuff. Even some of like the the krautrock stuff at the time, like Kraftwerks to a certain extent. Just running through my brain if I'm missing anybody in that. Yeah, really enjoyed that works. Tangerine Dream might be my favorite out of those. I really love Underwater Sunlight from them. Force Majeure is also really nice, but and also Alpha Centauri is fun. My favorite album from them, honestly, though, is probably the Legend soundtrack. Really like that. Yeah, they just have some really amazing movements off of that album that I particularly enjoy. So yeah, really enjoy Tangerine Dream, and really like that kind of progressive electronic stuff. Now, I mentioned this in a past live stream about Klaus. He's fine, because somebody that I used to be acquainted with. Shoot, that goes in. Here, give me a second. There we go. Somebody that I was acquainted with way back about, like 7 or 8 years ago. This was when I was still using Tumblr quite often, because I basically lost myself in Tumblr. He was really into Klaus, and he kept saying that he kept recommending Klaus to me, saying, "Oh, you gotta listen to it." And I just didn't find too much perch on it. There was just too much atmosphere, which is fine. I love atmosphere, but nothing ever really stuck. So yeah, that's about it on that sense. Let's see here. Thoughts on the Lighthouse? Oh, I love the Lighthouse. Yeah. Oh no, sorry. I keep thinking the Lighthouse is like I Am the Morning, because they put out an album, and when I first got into them, that was the album that they put out was the Lighthouse. Do I know the Lighthouse? I feel like I do. Let me just have a quick look at Prog Archives. I'm guessing that they're progressive rock. Let's see here. The Lighthouse. This will jog my memory, because nothing's coming to mind off the top of my head. Mind Garden, Lighthouse. Here we go. Jazz rock. Oh shoot. Nope. Shoot. Yeah. The website shot up all these ads right when I was clicking on the Lighthouse. Let's see here. The Lighthouse. Oh, they're kind of like they're from Canada. All right. Formed in Toronto, 1969. Lighthouse. Oh, this might be a different thing. I might be thinking of I think I might have even had a couple of these albums. I feel like there's a song from them that I know of. What is it? What big song is from Lighthouse? Lighthouse band. What's their big song? Spotify. I know that they have like a really big song. So One Fine Morning? I think that might be it. Anyway. I don't think that's the one that I'm talking about, though. Yeah. Hello. Hey, Notes. Any way you could get the cover art for the playlist in your thumbnail? Yeah. If you want to send that over to me, I could put that in the final one. I mean, now that I have it on my phone, let me just... I mean, this will probably eat up some time, so I can do that. Let's see here. Go here. I mean, it might start to lag a little bit as I'm doing this, so just bear with me. I can change that. Okay, so where's the thumbnail? Thumbnail of the playlist. Oh, better stop that. Where's the thumbnail of that playlist? Let's see. So now I can see it on my phone. Let's see. I might just have to take a screenshot on my phone and then send it to myself. Because that's way up top. Edge of the earth. Okay, so let's see if I can do this. Just take a screenshot of that. I'll put that like that. Put that down like that. Edit that around. Save. Okay. So that's saved. Now I just need to email that to myself. Okay, let's see here. Gonna edit that, put that in my phone for everybody to see. Okay, so I know I'm just providing amazing content for you guys. Let's see here. Photos. Equipped. Oh wow, that was 4 years ago. How about that? Let's see here. Messages. Oh, good. Got it. Let's see here. Let's see a new message to me. Attach file. Recent files from photos. It's not in my photos yet because drive photos. Nope. On there. Camera. I'm just gonna keep making noise, following along. I'm gonna check the chat, see if we've got any fun things on here. Oh, you're talking. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I feel an idiot. Alonzo, you're talking about the film The Lighthouse. Oh man, I love The Lighthouse. Such a brilliant, brilliant movie. Oh, like I still think about it from time to time. And I honestly, I love everything that director has done. Like I love The Witch. I thought that was just a brilliant and subtle film. You know, creepy, but in a way that hasn't really been done before. And I love The Lighthouse. I love the images. I love the metaphors. I love the symbols behind it. The actual art of film is spectacular. Like the compositions that he uses and setting it all in a 1:1 frame ratio in a black and white overtone was just brilliant. Like it set me so much in the mindset of the time, you know? Such a brilliant, brilliant film. If you guys haven't seen it yet, you really, really should. It's so good. Robert Pattinson doesn't get enough credit as being like a really phenomenal, like professional actor. Like he kind of got he and Kristen Stewart have gotten the short end of the stick in terms of, you know, starting off their career, or at least kind of starting off their career with the Twilight series and having that follow them, because both of them are just remarkable actors. I mean, it did propel them and allow them to do whatever the hell they wanted, because they're almost practically set for life at this point. But his acting, playing off of William Dafoe, was just spectacular. So, yeah, I really, really like that. Let's see here. Have you been able to check the band Hallis? I have not. I'll have to check them out then. Let's see here. I know you said you haven't been able to connect with it so far, but what would you have? Favorite song? I honestly, bud, couldn't tell you. They've all kind of blended together. Honestly, I would essentially just be stabbing at the dark in that sense. I couldn't even tell you. They all start to blend together. No one shines brighter than another. They're all good, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't even begin. Yeah, because I haven't even really been paying attention to any of the track numbers that have been coming up. Yeah, sorry there, bud. I honestly couldn't tell you. Have I learned Hungarian band After Crying yet? Ooh, no, I haven't. I'm so sorry. Pedersen got much better after Twilight. Hey now, Blackwater Rust. He was also Cedric Diggory in Harry Potter and Hufflepuff, a fellow Puff. I can't say no. Only 13 people watching. Yeah. I mean, people have come and gone, but we're also entering the second hour of this, so yeah. If you love The Lighthouse, you'll also love Hour of the Wolf. Oh, good. I really like that. Good Time was a good movie. Yeah, again, Robert Pattinson, just a fantastic and phenomenal actor. There were so many shots in Good Time that were like so close to his face that you could like see every little minute acting detail that the man was putting through, you know? So like there's so much expression going on in that acting portrayal. It was just fantastic. So good. So good. Okay, so changing that thumbnail. Let's see here. Again, doing that to me. Let's see if I can attach that file now. Pictures, photos, still not coming through. Where did it go? Come on. Why didn't it not come through? Let's see here. I know it's here. Photos. No, it's not in photos. I think it might be in pictures. No, it's the same thing. I know there's a difference. Photos. Oh boy, we're gonna see how long I can last before you just get me sleeping. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it's there. Let's see, how am I going to send it to myself? Because it's not coming up quite yet in my... Oh, maybe it's in my albums, places, screenshots. Here we go. All right, back up and sync. That's what I want. Let that sync. Let's see here. We've got Good Time was a great movie. Would you recommend any one prog album to someone? What would it be? Huh. Well, it depends. It depends on the person, and it depends on what I want out of that. Like, what do I hope to get out of that? Do I want to just blow their mind, or do I want to get them into prog? I think it's very kind of subjective in that sense. It also depends on what they're used to as well. Let me see here. What would I... Also, I'm really enjoying this song. This song's really good. Yeah, I'm liking the atmosphere of that. Liking the high-pitched arpeggios that are going on. That's actually quite nice. There we go. This one's been my favorite so far. Yeah, what would my favorite... Probably something that was very accessible, like Dark Side of the Moon or Duke. Something that's not a big ask. You know, like as much as I would love to have like Thick as a Brick, that's a big ask. I want something that can bridge the gap So yeah, probably either that or like something that I know that they would like. Yeah. Just gonna make sure. I thought I had. Let's see. Nope. Good time. Good time. Yeah, people are liking. What is a song you wish you could listen to for the first time again? That is a fantastic question. What would be a song to listen to for the first time again? I'm thinking about songs that I never had a chance to listen to for the first time, you know? Because there's a lot of songs that I always knew. And so I never had a chance to really get introduced to it. Like, I don't remember the first time I listened to anything from, like, Dark Side of the Moon. I don't remember the first time that I listened to, like, half of Led Zeppelin stuff. So, honestly, I think it would probably be Stairway to Heaven. Because it's so overplayed. And at the end of the day, it is a brilliant song, but because it gets so overplayed, you'd never want to listen to it again. So I'd probably want to re-listen to that for the first time. Let's see here. How have I been handling the quarantine? The quarantine itself has been fine. There's just been some life stuff that's going on that has really thrown me for a loop. The quarantine itself has been fine. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, in my teenage years and my young adult life, I suffered really heavily from anxiety. So, and a lot of the causes of that anxiety were things that this quarantine forced me to do. Like not going anywhere, not doing anything, not being able to handle all that, felt like I was trapped or stuck. And through that time and seeing the other end of it, I was able to develop strategies so that never became a problem for me anymore. So that's part of the reason why I'm holding up actually quite well in that sense. There are things that are going on personally that aren't so good. So we'll just leave that there. People are still giving Rob Pattinson garbage because he will play Batman. Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened with Heath Ledger. Right? When Heath Ledger was announced that he was going to be playing the Joker, everybody was just like, what? This pretty boy from 10 Things I Hate About You and A Knight's Tale is playing the Joker? Rubble. And they're like, well, guys, he's a classically trained actor. Like, he's more than just a heartthrob. The dude can act. So, yeah, I agree. Let's see here. Supertramp had some great prog. They certainly did, Mud. Love it. Yeah. Okay, now let's see if I can't send and set up that. Okay, so the screenshot should have gone into my pictures, so I should be able, in theory, to get through that. Let's try this again. That's me, attach file, and now the lodge. Woohoo! It's there. All right, let's send that over. All right, there we go. It's sending. Then I can do some audio manipulations on here. Also, keep sending in those questions. Those have been some fantastic questions, and I love the discussion that we're getting so far. Okay, I got a new message from me. Huzzah! Ooh, there's another thing that's coming through. Ah, she sent a photo. Sorry, a friend of mine just sent a meme and it's pretty hilarious. Okay, let's do a little bit of editing here. And again, this might cause the stream to lag a little bit. Apologies in advance. Hope everybody's having a great night. How's your night going? I haven't asked you guys anything like that. How's your nights going? How's your quarantines going? Hopefully you guys are staying safe. You're washing your hands. You're only going out if absolutely needed. You're not taking any chances out there. If you're still working and doing like a public facing thing, good on you. I mean, I was blessed that I could still work from home, so that's good because I honestly wouldn't know what to do. Well, I shouldn't say that. I know I have a lot of things that I could do. And that's one thing that's really keeping me sane is doing a lot of these Oh, that's why. Doing a lot of these other things. Like I've got a lot of books to read. I'm catching up on my graphic novels. Finally getting around to watching some of these TV shows that everybody keeps telling me that I need to watch that I just honestly never got around to watching because they never sounded all that exciting. So yeah, and I'm catching up with some of the video games that I haven't really had a chance to get into. So yeah. Yes, I'm just going to leave that as such. That is all good. Okay, so now to edit the picture. Let's see here. I was doing that one. I will do, oops, excuse that. I'm going to actually copy that. I'm going to also just talk away here, just so that I'm not doing this willy-nilly, because I got a lot here on my desktop screen, so I'm going to move that over there. Going to open it up. Going to change the icon. Yeah. Going to open this up. Da, 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 da. Okay. Psh, 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 bonk. Do, 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 do. Bonk. And bonk. Okay, now let's... I always love the fact that the ratio, whenever I take a screenshot from my phone, is always like a bajillion. So when I plunk it into anything here, it's always just like massively huge. All right, there we go. Get that down like that. That's good. That's good looking. All right, I'm going to save that as there we go. All right. Now I can exit that out. I can exit that out. And hopefully everybody's having a good day. Or evening. Or morning. Or whatever time it is. Okay. Oh, there's my phone. Oh, it's my papa. What is my papa doing? Aw, yeah. My dad just apparently found that he found a whole bunch of my classic Sega Genesis games up at the cottage. So I don't know if you guys can see this, and I'm going to just quickly go up here. But there's some of my old favorite Sega Genesis games. We got Subterranean, Sonic 3, Batman Returns, Maximum Carnage down at the bottom there, Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic 2, the Power Rangers game, and looks like that's a symbiote. Yeah, Separation Anxiety. Oh man, that's bringing back some major memories. Now I just need to find a Sega Genesis to play that on. Now we just need to find the Genesis. There we go. That's fantastic. That may have just made my night. That's so cool. I used to play so much of those growing up. Oh, wait, there's another one. What was that? That was like a spin ball. Because we got that from Jumbo Video. It was like a Pinball Madness or something like that. Yeah, I remember playing hours of Batman Returns, Subterranean, and Sonic 3. I also tried so hard to beat Maximum Carnage, but I never did get around to that. All right, let's see here. We've got a lot of Project 5, Legan. Yeah, I was doing some things on my computer. Favorite album of the year so far. Somebody had already asked me that. Lazuli's album so far has been the only one that's really stood out for me. What two artists would you wish would collaborate? That's a good question. What two artists would I love to collaborate with? That's a really good question. Who would I want to collaborate? Or have collaborate, rather? Oh, it looks like I can't change the... Okay, so I'll have to do it here. Let me just think that through. Who would I want to have collaborate? I'm guessing like artists that hadn't already collaborated. Because I mean, originally I would have said like Michael Eckerfeld and you know who I'm talking about, Steven Wilson. But you also have to realize like who would actually play well together, right? Because that's kind of key. Like if you're putting two, like obviously I would want to see like Steven Wilson and Devin Townsend play together. But at the end of the day, they have so different personalities that they would kill each other. Like they would never work well together unless like something forced them to. Like Devin Townsend is one that really has such a precise idea and that only he can really create. And if he doesn't have somebody that is willing to relinquish that creative outpour, it'll be really hard to collaborate with him. Now he's created amazing music and he's a fantastic guy, but I just also know like his creativity, his creative process is very much like that. And Steven Wilson's a little bit to the same, but I think he's more willing to kind of take the side step. Now I think if they both went in with with like the exact same image and the exact same idea, then that might work. But yeah. So anyway, that's my kind of thought. Yeah, I would love to see what's his face? Devin Townsend and Steve Wilson work together. I think that would be kind of cool. All right, so I'm just changing that thumbnail there. Change. That took quite a while to do, but I am happy to do. Let's see here. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. There we go. Open. There we go. Ta-da! Save. Not bad for a really quick job. I mean, I'd probably want to move the icon a little over, but you know what? It's good for right now. All right, we've got lots of other questions. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Good times. What song do you wish? Oh, already read that one. Moving pictures. Yep. Favorite album of the year. Already did that one. I guess I'll ask. I'll ask a different version of the earlier question. What album would you want to listen to for the first time again? Oh, okay. Album. Let's see. An album, not a song, but an album. Let's see. I don't know. There's so many albums that I've listened to that are so rooted in the time. An album to listen to for the first time. You know what? Maybe The Division Bell from Pink Floyd. Because there are so many good moments on that album that I would love to hear for the first time again. And again, that's another album that I don't really remember a time not knowing about. So yeah, probably The Division Bell from Pink Floyd. Yeah. Let's see here. I've washed my hands so much that they're raw and so I know, man. What? Moisturizer has become my new best friend. What instruments do I play? If so, have I written any songs? So the only one that I play well is the ukulele. I have not written any songs personally, ever. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I wrote a song back when I was like 6 or 7. And it was essentially just, it was basically just da 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 rock and roll the future, rock and roll the future, and then afterwards I realized that it was just basically redoing a Procol Harum song. Yeah. Let's see here. I think in Canada, we really cannot complain about the quarantine. We are one of the luckiest countries in the world. Hells yeah, we are. Hells yeah. Favorite video game series? Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, Pokemon is the one that comes out pretty prominently. Like, I probably put in the most amount of time on Pokemon because I've played through Blue, Yellow, Silver, Emerald, Sapphire, Diamond, and wow, that got loud. I'm just going to turn that down a little bit. I will turn it back up a little bit more. But I also really, really like Final Fantasy. Like, I've played Final Fantasy, a little bit of Final Fantasy 7, not a whole lot. Like, maybe about 2 or 3 hours of Final Fantasy 7. Played through Tactics, played through a little bit of Final Fantasy 8. Played all the way through Final Fantasy 10. A little bit, maybe about a quarter of the way through Final Fantasy 12. I really want to pick that one back up again. So yeah, lots of really good. And then of course Sonic. Grew up with Sonic. Love Sonic. Let's see here. Yeah, I really hope that the second part of 2020 is going to be better because we have the new Haken album. I will turn that up a little bit more. The new Steven Wilson album is coming out as well. New Protest the Hero is coming out, which will be good. I still need to really listen to the new Pendragon album because I didn't know about that until now. Why people still say that Pink Floyd is not prog? I don't know. I'm pretty sure people... You'll have to ask them. I still consider them prog, but I know a lot of my friends don't consider Pink Floyd prog. So, yeah. If you follow me on Twitter, a number of individuals have kind of opened up that conversation, so I'm sure they'd love to talk to you about it. If you ask one band that has stopped making music to make one more album, what band would you ask? That's hard because I think a lot of bands that have stopped making albums are probably for the best. I don't know if they have anything else they want to say, or else they'd still be making music. I really want Moon Safari to finish up Himley back in version 2. That would probably be the one that I would really, really, really want to finish up and put out another album. So, yeah. Alonzo, yeah, High Hopes. I mean, I love Louder Than Words, but High Hopes by far. Yeah. Do you have any ideas for changing / adding to your background for your videos and live streams? What do you mean? This isn't good? I like this. This is my new background. This is my new, not new in terms of like videos, like regular ones, but definitely for my live streams. Yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a new Transatlantic album coming out. Hopefully that's going to be good. Oh yeah, that's right. Glass Hammer put out a new one. Oh, that was yesterday. I'm going to add that to the list of things that I need to keep listening to. Because I just finished recording and I'm just going to finish editing those. So now I know that Glass Hammer put out a new one. Glass Hammer. I mean, I need to get through my Patreon videos first, but it's good to know. Canatonia, I know, is coming out with one. Oh, right. Caligula's Horse is coming out with a new one. Yeah, it looks like June is going to be like jam-packed for some really good ones. That'll be good. Yeah, I heard that My Chemical Romance was going to be making a new album. It'll be interesting. Like, I really, really enjoy My Chemical Romance. I didn't get into them when they were still producing albums. I really think, like, I love their progression. Like right from 3 Cheers all the way to Black Parade and then Killjoys. Like, I love Killjoys and I love how different all those albums sound from one another. So I would really like to see where they would go from there. Gazpacho's putting out a new album. Good, because their last 2 albums have not connected with me at all. I was actually just thinking about that. Sorry, I was literally just thinking about that this afternoon. About how much Soyuz and Moloch didn't really connect with me all that much, and how much I loved Demon. Like, everything that they've put out since Firebird, like TikTok and Night, those were just the best. So friggin' good. And then I enjoyed Massa Atropos. It was good. I thought it was a little bit more of a sidestep than a step forward. And I thought that March of Ghosts was definitely a step forward from Massa Atropos, but still not to the same level that was Night or TikTok. And then Demon came out, and that blew me away. Like, Demon's one of my all-time favorite albums from Gazpacho. And I was so hyped. I'm like, yes, now we're getting into some good stuff. And they put out Moloch, and I'm like, what is this? No! I was so disappointed with Moloch. And Soyuz was good. It was still really, really good, but it just didn't quite get to the same level that they had come before, you know? So, yeah. Can I suggest a band that's similar to Fido? That's hard because Fido's so different. Like, it's so in its own bubble. What's even close to Fido? Let's see. And again, he's gone through so many different eras that it's really hard to kind of pinpoint down. I mean, Spotify keeps recommending. Excuse me. Oh, you're going to see me starting to top out because once it gets past like 9:30, 10, that's when I just start to. Oh, it was in the bin of games. All right, woo! Sorry, my dad just said that he found the Sega Genesis to go with all the games. Keep it up at the cottage. Play that so hard. Okay. Yeah, because Spotify keeps saying, here are some, if you like Fido, then you will like, here we go. So the bands that they suggest, and I don't know if I would recommend this, The Tangent, Beardfish. I mean, Beardfish is pretty close. Blind Ego, Captree, Anecdoton, apparently. Okay. Is Moon Safari, Big Train. I mean, they're basically just listing Wobbler and Ekelin. Basically, they're just saying these are other modern progressive rock bands. Yeah. That's another one. I wish Beardfish would put out another album. Because their last album is my favorite, right? Comfort Zone. So friggin' good. Ugh. All right, let's see. What do we got? What band would you give award for most ahead of their time? Most ahead of their time. Most ahead of their time. Most ahead of their time. Excuse me. Most of their time. I can't, thinking about that. Nothing's really coming to mind in terms of most ahead of their time. I mean, easy answers are like King Crimson, right? They were definitely ahead of their time. Radiohead a little bit. But I'm trying to think of like bands that never really got the notoriety that they deserved in their own time, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of bands that didn't quite get the notoriety that they needed in their time, like a little bit to the same extent that like IQ were, a little bit ahead of the time, like IQ and Marillion a little bit. Yeah. Could you turn the music back up? Oh, I thought I did. Okay, I'll turn it up a little bit more. Let's see here. Have you heard of Bill Fay? He was a songwriter in the 70s, and the album Time of the Last Percussion is one of my all-time favorites. Check it out. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one, so yeah. Do you listen to post-rock? Yes, I do. I love post-rock. Kind of go back and forth as opposed to which ones to like. I used to love Explosions in the Sky. Not a big fan. Like I shouldn't say I'm not a big fan because that always kind of sounds a little bit odd. But I really love Godspeed You Black Emperor. Really, really love them. Luciferian Towers and Yankee and Ascend Don't Bend. Those. I also love Mogwai. I really love Swans. yeah, there's some really, really good post rock out there. And there's also like this kind of like odd Venn diagram. Where does post rock stop or start, and where do like experimental, like where would you put like in my mind, like where does post rock and math rock, like they're very closely linked together. So at least in my mind, post rock kind of encompasses those bands that I've listed. And so yeah, those are the ones that I really, really like. In terms of favorite post-rock band, it might be Godspeed You Black Emperor, just because like they have really lifted my spirits beyond anything that the other bands have. But that's not to discredit any other bands. That's just like I have to be careful where I listen to Luciferian Towers, because if I'm listening to it in the wrong place, I'll just start to weep. Like I'll just start to really, really start to like uncontrollably sob. So yeah. Is their album any good by a band you love that has not aged well? Is there an album by a band you love that has not aged well? Huh. Yeah, there's a few. Let me think about that. Let's see here. And it's interesting because there's a few bands that I loved growing up that I wouldn't necessarily listen to now, such as like Prozac or Our Lady Peace, or even like Limp Bizkit, that I was just like, oh, I don't want to revisit them because I might not like them all that much. But I still get a really good kick out of it, and maybe it's just the nostalgia glasses. Like I listened to Happiness Is Not a Fish You Can Catch and Clumsy this past Thanksgiving, and I still got so much out of them. Like I forgot how much I loved Our Lady Peace. But yeah, let me think about like a... Oh, you know which one didn't age all that well was Blink-182. Their Enema of the State didn't age all that well, even though I used to be able to recite the entire thing from start to finish. So yeah, that's... Yeah, Mono's great. More of a fan of the post-rock. Yeah, see, that's the other thing, right? Like, I wouldn't consider Deaf Haven or Allagash post-rock, but I would consider that they have like post-rock tendencies. I guess that's where people were saying that's the black gaze. But yeah. What's your favorite genre of music that only started in the 2000s or later? I couldn't answer that question because I can't think of any. I guess it would be black gaze, only because I'm only very, very recently, like as last week, because I always just figured they were like melodic post-rock metal, right? Yeah, I honestly couldn't think of another one. Hey, I got a super chat. Thank you so much, Herbert. Stay safe. Good night. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the little shout out there. That's fantastic. $2 dues, as two of my good friends always say whenever they get a super chat. So thank you so much. Isis and Godfish Flesh are great post rock. Yeah, I've heard Isis. A friend of mine used to really love Isis. Post metal is something that I'm really getting into. Need to listen to more Isis, but really gotten into Cult of Luna. Yeah. Are you a fan of Bob Dylan? Nope. I mean, I think he's a fantastic poet. I think he's a crap musician. Just my own 2 cents there. Yeah, I love his poetry and I love his lyrics. Just can't stand his music. So, yep, sorry. Yeah. This has been fantastic questions, by the way. So keep those questions coming. Yeah, and Herbert, again, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad to see that it's working. So if anybody else wants to do that, that would be greatly appreciated. I will also mention that I've just become addicted to TikTok. So I've been watching way too much of those lately. Yeah, I guess because it's tied to my Facebook, it knows what I'm interested in. And so it constantly shows me things that it's like, we think you'll like. And it's like Dungeons and Dragons stuff half the time, and it's just fantastic. So, yeah. Let's see here. We're now in the uplifting part of the... Okay, cool. Thank you. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so too. Nick Drake and Joni Mitchell prefer over the... Yeah, I would agree to that. I really... Like, again, it's still that kind of singer-songwriter. I think out of all those in the same kind of vein, I prefer, like, Kate Bush. Like, I love Kate Bush in that sense. I also like, Tori Amos. Some of her stuff is just breathtaking and great. Same with, Beck? Nick Beck or something like that. But I'm just not a big fan of those types of the singer-songwriters, you know? Like, I'm just... Maybe it's part of because I'm not of the time. Like, he's very 60s and 70s and the protest culture, and it's just not my scene, man, you know? Yeah, so Jordan's asking, favorite YouTubers. Here's something I could talk about forever. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really, really fantastic YouTubers out there. In terms of music, I mean, obviously you got the Needle Drop with the Melon, but I also love Rocked, Crash Thompson. It's phenomenal. He does some really, really great deconstruction of music in that sense. I mean, obviously Todd in the Shadows. There's also a few... Let me just have a quick look. Because there's a few that I need to call out because they deserve some love. I mean, you guys already know Matt O'Leary. His stuff is fantastic, and I watch pretty much everything that he puts out. He and I have a little bit of a different music taste, but those are the people that I love watching. I love watching people that have different music tastes than I do, so I can get more interesting music. Like, it's because of him that I fell in love with like the Deer Hunter and especially what was some of the other ones that he's introduced me to? King Gizzard, he got me really, really into. So yeah, fantastic. Insurgents, fantastic young woman from the UK. Fantastic work from that. Yeah, so those are like in terms of like music ones that I'll listen to. I mean, obviously, again, the big popular ones like Todd in the Shadows and whatnot. And Spectrum Pulse, fellow Canadian. I was very surprised, like, Rocked follows me on Twitter, and I don't know if he knows who I am. I would love if he knew who I was, because he's a really big inspiration for me. Same with Crash Thompson, like the two of them are really, really big inspirations for me. So yeah, love their work. I also watch a lot of non-music related stuff as well. Let me just search through some of those that I love. Like, I really love watching movie reviews. Like, I loved Screen Junkies. Like, I follow Dan Murrell more than anything else. Now that he's left Screen Junkies, I'll probably just stop watching Screen Junkies because I was really only watching Charting with Dan. I also love Chris Stuckman and Jeremy Johns. In fact, they're two of my biggest influences. Like, even though I'll listen to and I get a lot of inspiration from like the Needle Drop and Anthony Fantano, honestly, I get more inspiration and I've modeled myself more after Jeremy Johns and Chris Stuckman. Chris Stuckman in particular, I use his style of review more so than anybody else. So those I watch quite a bit. In terms of like the movie reviews. Now in terms of like really deep diving music reviews and whatnot, I watch a lot of like Lindsay Ellis stuff. Maven of the Eventide is another one that I'll watch. Magdalene Rose actually is a huge one, and out of all of them, I recommend watching hers because hers are extremely and incredibly insightful. Let me just see if I can pull up hers. And I'm always shocked and practically appalled that I have more subscribers than she does, because I don't think it's warranted. I think she deserves so much more love than what she was getting. She actually just put out one. It's the AD&D podcast. Apparently it just dropped 2 minutes ago. So yeah, Magdalene Rose. Definitely go over and support her. And I would love if everybody was just like, hey, Notes Review sent me. That's kind of a thing that I would love if everybody does that. Just go and say, oh, hey, go and check that out. Now, another buddy of mine, Brian, he has Brian's Man Cave and Card Master Brian. He does a lot of like collectibles and 80s nostalgia. He also does a lot of trading card stuff for like Yu-Gi-Oh and whatnot. He and I used to work together in the library scene. And we used to play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh at lunch, and same with Magic the Gathering, because we're major nerds like that, because we both worked for a library organization at the time. So yeah, watched a lot of his stuff. I also love Ask a Mortician. She has some really, really deep insights in terms of, being death positive and what happens to you after you die in terms of like legal and financing stuff, because she's by trade a mortician. So go and support her as well. Let's see here. Who else? BuzzFeed. I love the Gooligans. Love watching a lot of their stuff. Hannah and Jake is one, and it's funny because I got into them after watching a bunch of like the Bible Reloaded and Atheists Watch X, Y, and Z. But now I kind of watch them more for their own commentary because they're just hysterical. And Hannah's going through transition right now, so go and support her. Fantastic artist. I love some of her thoughts, and really good to see her stepping into her own. Along that same lines, we've got, in terms of like deep think stuff, ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube. I watch their videos religiously. I watch them because I have a number of YouTube channels, one for like personal stuff, and then one for this, and then another one for things that I want to watch that I don't want to screw up the algorithms for. Because if I'm watching a lot of videos on like professional stuff, like I do a lot of stuff for the library, I don't want to have that encroach on the algorithm for suggested videos. Like I don't want this video channel to suddenly get bombarded with like 3D printer manual help videos, so I got a separate one, but I'll watch like ContraPoints videos, all of her videos, and all of Philosophy Tube's videos, and Lindsay Ellis's videos on pretty much all platforms, just to show them a little bit more love. Let's see here. Who am I missing? I used to love watching the Vlogbrothers. I actually fell out watching their stuff a while ago, which is a shame because I used to love watching them and Crash Course and the Vlogbrothers, and then their individual videos. Who else am I missing here? Of course, Critical Role. Love all of their videos, the Critical Role, and then I still do Travis Willingham's Yeehaw Game Ranch. My girlfriend and I watch those all the time. All Work No Play, anything that they do. And then I guess extensions to that. I think that's a lot. Oh boy, that's a lot of YouTube. Hopefully that's caused a lot of conversations. Okay, so I'll jump back and see if I've missed anything. Here we go. Let's see here. Okay, back on. Speaking of legendary singers, songwriters, John Pierce. Yeah, that's. Let's see here. There's the new Pat Mentally. I don't know Pat. Who would rate your favorite artist for the decades between Who would rate as your favorite artists of the decades between 1970 and the 2010s? Are you like each individual decades? Because like the 70s is full of them. 80s it's very limited. 90s kind of spikes, and then the 2010s. Obviously from the 70s it's all the big names. Genesis, yes, King Crimson, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, those bands, like the big ones, Harmonium and Griffin and all those. 80s, you got Marillion, you got IQ, you got Pendragon, you got Mystery. I guess Mystery isn't really quite a part of that. The 90s, 90s, I guess you have Dream Theater. You got like Flower Kings, Spock's Beard. The 2000s, I guess you also have like Porcupine Tree and that, and Opeth, because they're in part of that. 2010s, you've got Moon Safari, you got Frost, you got, I'm trying to think of bands that started after 1999. So, because there's a lot of bands that started previously that did some of their best works in the 2000s. So I'm trying to limit to bands that started in 2000s. And then the 2010s, obviously you got Haken, you got Leprous, you got yeah. So anyway, those are the ones off the top of my head. Opinion on Adam Neely? I don't know that, so yeah. What music review aggregators do you prefer? Do you look at a lot of their music in general and progressive rock? So I don't know what AOTY is. I know one is for music in general and Prog Archives. Yeah, Prog Archives, apparently as I've been doing it this evening, has been really good. So that's good. Yeah. Oh, what's the one that everybody was using? Rate Your Music. That's another one that I've heard people use quite a bit. What's your favorite YouTube channel? Is Polyphonic. Music videos. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. In terms of music YouTube channels, the RNL Project, Vintergarden, Pamplemousse, who I actually had the really high privilege of actually meeting Pamplemousse. Fantastic people. Lindsay Sterling's music channel is fantastic. Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe too personal. Do you consider yourself atheist? Yeah, it's a little too personal for me there, Spinobi. I'm not going to get into that. Yeah, it's just a little too personal. I'm not going to get into that. But I appreciate the question, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, keep those questions coming. Because I think we've got some more time to cover. 'Cause whereabouts are we? Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. Okay. Just kind of doing a rough estimate on how many more songs we've got here. Okay. Yep. So let's... That's an hour. Okay. I'm just sorry. I'm calculating how much more time I've got on here. Okay. Favorite TV show? It fluctuates. Currently, I'm watching a lot of BBC nature documentaries, like Planet Earth 2, Frozen Planet, Blue Planet 2. In terms of all-time favorite, probably Corner Gas with Brent Butt. I also, I love Canadian television, right? So, Being Erica is one that I really, really love. I really love... I'm just going to turn that down just a hair. I really love Orphan Black. I think that was a fantastic show. Yeah. I really did a deep dive of Steven Universe. Really love that show. Yeah. Thoughts on pattern-seeking animals? Oh, that's a good question, Similitude. I'm not 100% sure about them. I haven't actually listened to them. I know of them, but I never actually sat down and listened to them. So, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting just going back to TV shows. A lot of people ask me to watch all these different shows, and I'm like, guys, I work a full-time job on top of all these other hobbies that I have. Like I dungeon master 3 times a week. I play Dungeons and Dragons. I have this whole thing on top of like my reading schedule that I always love to read. I just don't have time because like everybody's like, oh, you need to watch this, you need to watch that, you need to watch that. I'm like, outside of like Bob Ross, I just don't have time. Like right now I'm going back and I'm watching the 90s Spider-Man shows at night just to kind of unwind. And that's a show that both has aged well and also has not aged all that well. But I've really enjoyed watching that. Like I'm not going to get into a new show that, I don't know, I don't want to dive in, you know, it's just too deep. Yeah. The Martin Miller session band on YouTube is doing some nice covers of many prog classics. Yeah, actually, if you're looking for a really good one, what was it? There was one that did a cover of a Taylor Swift song in a metal version. Look What You Made Me Do. Look What You Made Me Do metal was really, really good. Let's see here. Yeah, Our Last Night. Their cover of Look What You Made Me Do is just fantastic. Particularly love that one. You should. I highly recommend going and checking it out. It's got like 9 million views. So there you go. Yeah. Also, I don't know. There's part of me that's just like, I really want people to go and show some love to Magdalene Rose. She just released a podcast, Homesteading and Diesel Trucks feature Major Destruction. You should go and watch that. Boost her numbers because, as I said, she's got, if I just click on her, which is ridiculous, she's got 8,000 subscribers and I just passed 11,000. So much more work has been put into each and every one of her videos. It's ridiculous. Yeah, go and support her. She really deserves it. She's just brilliant. Some of her cultural critiques is phenomenal. I love it. Let's see here. Baroness or Mastodon? Baroness. Yeah, I would have to say Baroness. Even though I love Mastodon, and I think Mastodon's work is probably better overall. Like I love Emperor of Sand and I love Crack the Sky, but I don't know. I still go, like I more regularly go back to Baroness's purple and green and yellow albums than I do going back to Mastodon's Crack the Sky and Emperor of Sand. Like if I pit my two favorite albums from both those bands, like Baroness's Purple and Yellow and Green, and Mastodon's Crack the Sky and Emperor of Sand, again, I go back more to the Baroness than I do Mastodon. Even though I will recognize that Mastodon's probably the better band, I enjoy Baroness more. Yeah. GRV, there's my dyslexia kicking in. Thoughts on Puddle of Mud's cover of About a Girl? Never heard it, don't want to. So, yeah. What is an album that you love to hate? I don't. I guess the only one that would come close is like Abacab from Genesis. I still can't get into it, no matter how many times I try to listen to it. Like, I recently put back on 3 Sides Live, just because I was introducing my girlfriend to different facets of the band, and I wanted to play for her the medley that 3 Sides Live has at the final side of their album there. So yeah, I re-listened to it, and Abacab, the title track, when they play it live, was actually quite good. Like, I could actually sit through it, and I really enjoyed it. Same with Mia and Sarah Jane, another album, or another one of theirs that I really liked. But yeah, just the album overall of Abacab, just, I can't do it. I can't do it. And I know I still need it in my collection in terms of like completing it. But yeah. Crack the Sky is the perfect metal album, in my opinion. Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. It definitely is up there. Like, I love just how unified it is. You know, it's such a fantastic, fantastic album. What genre of music do you think has the most room to grow? Like, currently, most room to grow? I don't know. Like, definitely, like, all music genres definitely have room to grow, for sure. Even those genres that are stale. Like, I know Rocked put out a brilliant, brilliant album, or not album, video earlier this year about the state of rock. Because, like, what did they say? Like, Imagine Dragons was the best rock band of the 2010s. And he was kind of asking, like, why is this happening? And so even for a band so done as Rocked, I think still has major room to grow if they want to succeed and continue to develop. And I think it was Spectrum Pulse that said one of the major ways to do this is to open the doors and accept more fringed social groups and outsider sources, getting takes from other cultures that generally have been shunned from producing rock music. I think that would definitely blossom that. So even like genres that are on their way out, so to speak, probably have the most room to grow because they have the potential to reinvent themselves. And I really hope that they do. Baroness is Purple is a 10 out of 10 for you. I wouldn't quite put it as a 10 out of 10. I put it like as a 9 out of 10. Like, it's one of those, I love it with all my heart. Like, that's how I rate it. Because I don't like using numbers in ratings, because numbers is like, you could pass or fail for numbers. I like rating music in a practicality sense, right? Like, I can recognize that Purple isn't a masterpiece, but I can recommend that I love it with my whole heart. So that's why I have that rating style that I do. So yeah, what's the Baroness album you'd recommend to get into for someone who is already a big Mastodon fan? Purple probably would be that, because it's the most punchy, it's the most gripping, it's got the most teeth out of it. It's probably the most similar to Baroness in that sense. Either that or Red. Red's also pretty punchy, especially if you are a Mastodon fan. So those would be the two that I would get into. If you like more of the melodic stuff, I'd also give Yellow and Green a try, or maybe Blue. Let's see here. Going back to Baroness, were you able to listen to the reissue of their first two EPs, first and second? I enjoyed listening to it for the first time recently. Definitely cool to look into their origins. Yeah, I haven't listened to that. I might want to go and check that out. Now, I know somebody had asked... I keep missing questions here and there. I thought somebody had asked me about black metal, or maybe I'm just hallucinating because I'm starting to get a little tired here. Yeah, maybe it's just gone. Okay. No, I haven't listened to that, so I might want to go back and listen to the first two EP of first and second. So yeah. Crack the Sky is a great record, but I think Lateralis is the best prog metal album. I mean, yeah, what would be the best prog metal album? I mean, Lateralis I would definitely put up there, especially for being so ahead of the time and like revolutionizing metal music, especially where metal music was at the time. Because there's so many different things. Oh, there it is. What's your opinion on math rock? I thought somebody had asked me about that. Yeah, I love it. I think it's a really good thing. Matt O'Leary has a fantastic how to get into math rock, and I've used that to get into other albums. Yeah, it was really good. I have a lot of fun with that. I'm trying to think of like the best prog metal album, right? Because do you go classic? Like, do you go Dream Theater's... like, what do you... Like, I'm trying to think here. Right? Because, like, obviously Metropolis Part 2, in terms of enjoyment. Images and Words, just in terms of, like, impact. I'm trying to think of some good prog metal stuff, that because I've already done, like, starter packs for all those. I also really think that Devin Townsend's Ziltoid the Omniscient, the first Ziltoid album, is probably one of the best prog metal outfits out there. And in terms of brutality, I also love Deconstruction for prog metal. And if you're going to stretch your legs in terms of like tech, to include tech metal, you also have Between the Buried and Me, Colors, and The Great Misdirect and The Parallax. Like those 3 albums back to back to back. So friggin' good. And then you also have like Haken, right? Like their Aquarius album is also super good. So yeah. Carnival Sounds Awake is good, way up there. I don't think I actually listened to that. So maybe I want to go and listen to that. Are there any songs from movies that you tend to listen to outside of the movie? Yeah, for sure. I have countless soundtracks. I was just listening to a handful of them this morning. Like I was listening to Evangelis soundtrack, a lesser known one, the Savage something or other, and the Tangerine Dreams Legend soundtrack. I've got a whole bunch. Like I listen to Twin Peaks soundtrack quite regularly as well. Yeah. Now, are you also talking about like actual songs or the scores? Because those are two kind of different things. I've been working on one more music's on its way. Cool. Gotta put Blackwater Park. Yeah, again, there's so many great ones out there. It's really, really hard to pin down what's the best one. Because there's just so much variety in it. Because, I mean, if rock has a lot of subgenres, the metal has even more. So it's really hard to say which one's the best. Because each one kind of does something a little bit different. So, yeah. Excuse me. And so it's really hard to say which one's the best, you know? What's your opinion on Symphony X? I love Symphony X. Iconoclast was a lot of fun. Paradise Lost was friggin' amazing. Some of their classic ones, like Divine... Is it Divine Winds Tragedy? That's Symphony X. I might be thinking of... what's the one that's like Camelot? But I also personally love The Odyssey. Both the album and the song. So, yeah. What is the most overrated prog band? Oh, man, don't do that to me. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's an overrated prog band. I can't even think of one off the top of my head. I can't honestly think of one that's overrated. Because, like, in my mind, they might be overrated, but it's probably just because I don't connect with them, right? Like, I don't connect all that well with Pain of Salvation, even though I've seen them twice. I still love them, but I don't connect with them, right? So it's hard to say. I don't know. Sound Awake is more beautiful, produced and arranged. Okay. Which do I prefer, Blade Runner or the original? I love them both. I usually watch one right after the other. 2049 definitely blew my expectations right out of the water. So I think for that one, I love 2049 so much more. Just because whenever they do these sequels after the fact, they always tend to be a disaster. But this was one of the few that actually was just as good, if not better than the original. In all respects. I think what Denis Villeneuve had done to the actual movie itself was unprecedented. It's beautiful. It's a spectacle. It still stuck to and honored so much the original by moving everything forward. So yeah, it's hard to say. I love them both for different reasons. Yeah. Let's see here. What albums have you changed your mind over in recent years? I mean, I've bleh. Starting to trip over my words here, guys. I've answered this a couple of times. The most notable one is probably Fortress by Protest the Hero, because when I first listened to that album, I absolutely hated it. I still remember the review that I wrote about it was like, the only way that this is progressive is that it gets progressively worse. Now it's one of my all-time favorite albums. And I think it's the sorely underrated prog tech metal. And I mean, it kind of rides the line a little bit about prog metal, but I still love it. So I changed my mind on that one. And I still try to change my mind on albums that people love from bands that I love that I don't connect with. We were talking earlier this evening about Marillion's got Fear, which I didn't really connect with. So I'll come back to that once a year just to see if I connect with it, and I still don't. Same with IQ's Road of Bones. Not a big fan of that album at all, and every time I come back to it, I'm still like, I don't get it. And I keep trying. One day I hope that it will click, but it just hasn't yet. So yeah. We got a lot of great things in terms of prog metal, so that's great. What is one genre you like to get into more? That's a good question. Genre that I want to get into more. That's a good question. I don't know, because I'm already like stretched really thin in terms of like, obviously progressive rock is my go-to darling that I'll always go to. So I'm kind of thinking of like, if I wanted to get into other things, I think like, even though it's not a genre and it shouldn't be considered a genre, I want to get into more like world music, like music that comes from other countries. Like I love Bollywood, and some of the Indian music is just like breathtaking because they have just a different approach. Like it's so much more rhythm focused than melodic focused. Same with a lot of like the Chinese and African music. I really want to get into that type of music if I could. And I think a lot of that is just the cultural divide. It's very vast, so I'm entering like, one of the things that I love about Peter Gabriel and his record company of Real World is really bringing in all those other styles. Like earlier last year, one of my favorite albums from last year, I have a lot of opinions over, was the Coldplay album of Everyday Life, I think it was, where they tried to do all these like, capturing capturing a single day from across the world and all the different highs and lows of it. But it was just like a giant ego project at the end of the day. I felt like there was still some really, really good music out of it, and it's probably my favorite album of theirs since Ghost Stories. Um, um, but I felt like they were bringing in all these different world musicians and styles, and instead of letting them shine, it was just like slapping the Coldplay label on it. And I thought that was a little bit of a slap in the face of all the different artists that they have on there. Whereas with Peter Gabriel, even though he did that to a certain extent in the early 80s with some of his stuff, but he also, again, he set up a complete record company to allow these artists to make their own music and not encroach on that. Like he gave them a platform and then stepped back and be like, go, and I think that's so much more useful in bringing music to the masses. So yeah, I know that's really taken that question for a spin, but there's a lot of really great music out there that I wish I could get into from other artists that would be considered, like if you go into again, I'm dating myself, but like when I went into a music store like Music World or Sam the Record Man or HMV, and they would have a whole section called world music. And I thought that was such a slap in the face of all those different artists, because they're lumping all these different artists from across the world into like a sandbox. It's like anything but us. And I just thought that did them such a disservice. So I really want to get into more of that music and different facets of that. Yeah. So thanks for that question. That was a fantastic question. Let's see here. Bands I can't quite get into when it comes to prog is Genesis, Phil Collins era, and Riverside. That's fair. I mean, I love Riverside. Some of their albums are kind of hit and miss, but I love Riverside. Another proggy metal band is pretty fringe is Sleepy Time Gorilla Museum. I have not listened to them. What are your thoughts on Mr. Bungle? Yeah, Mr. Bungle's fine. Weird for weird's sake. Oh, I think they stopped that playlist. Let's start that back up. Where are we now? Okay, so we're about there. Let's see here. Neo-prog in general is an entire subgenre that's very hit and miss for me. Marillion has never clicked with me. Only various John Mitchell bands have ever worked for me, John. Yeah, like I love John Mitchell. I love some of his stuff. I love Frost. Frost might be one of my favorites. IQ is probably my favorite neo-prog. But even their stuff is very hit and miss, right? Yeah. Again, Merlion's been through a lot of different facets. So yeah, I also I loved some of the prog metal bleh. Some of the neo stuff that we got. What was the one that I really liked? There was one album. Oh, let me just check this. There was an album called Spirit that came out, and it might be from Mystery. I don't think it's from Mystery. Let me just check. The album was Spirit. And it was really good. I can recommend that one. Spirit. We're going to see if I can spell properly. Let's see here. Spirit, of course, the band, but I want the album. Oh, there it is. Comedy. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to be doing a lot of that lately. Comedy of Errors. They put out one called Spirit. And it's essentially one track. And it made my top 10 of the year that it came out in 2015. Blew me away. Really, really did. Yeah, they have other albums that are really good as well. For example, Fanfare and Fantasy and Fanfare was really good. They put out an album in 2017 called the Houses of the Mind that I didn't quite connect with. But Spirit was definitely fantastic. Another prog metal band that I recently got into about 4 or 5 years ago was Anubis. And there's also Anubis Gate. But Anubis, they recently put out Anubis. They recently put out a new album, which I will be reviewing, and Similitude of Prog put out a review of that. I would really recommend checking them out and checking out his review, because he does a fantastic job of reviewing the album. But Tower of Silence and The Second Hand are my two favorite albums from them. So yeah, definitely go and check them out. They're really, really good. Highly recommend. Prog, neo-prog is one of those hit and miss things. Yeah. I defy anyone to see Riverside live and not leave a fan. Yeah, I saw them live just before Petrov unfortunately passed. And I was swept away. Now, it was during their Fear, Love, and Time Machine album, which isn't my favorite. I thought that it was a little too melodic, especially after The Lost Generation, I think was the album that they put out. My personal favorite album of theirs is ADHD. I thought that one was just breathtaking, and I still listen to it, and I still every single song clicks. Of course, I still love Rapid. Let me just double check. Riverside. This is where the prog website goes for. Here we go. Riverside, and I believe they're coming out with a new album soon, which I'm looking forward to. Yeah, Riverside. It's funny because now they're labeled as a prog metal, but when I originally saw them out, they were heavy prog. So yeah, The Wasteland was good. Again, I still love ADHD. Second Life Syndrome and Rapid Eye Movement I really, really like. And I like that double album kind of suite that they had within there. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Yeah, let's see, what else do we got here? What's your desert island prog subgenre? I mean, I want to say symphonic prog. Yeah, I'd go for symphonic prog. That's probably mine. Not much new prog metal has impressed me, except Neo Oblivious Scaries, Periphery, Tesseract, and Thank You Scientists. Yeah. Really love Neo Oblivious Scaries. Periphery, for me, is kind of hit and miss. Same with Tesseract. Thank You Scientists is interesting, because I wouldn't consider them prog metal. I would consider them modern prog, and that encompassates. Jeez, I can't talk. That includes bands such as the Deer Hunter, and I would even put in King Gizzard in there. But like contemporary, not contemporary, but like bands similar to those. I would also put like what's the band that I'm thinking? Coheed and Cambria in that lump, as well as I would even put, you know what? I would even put Band of Salvation, kind of in that sense. So yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily consider them prog metal. I would consider them more modern prog, with the likes of like Deer Hunter and them. Yeah. Do I listen to much Zool and Canterbury? I've mentioned this a number of times. I don't. I just haven't been exposed to them. I listened to a couple Magma albums, and it was just a little too out there for me. In Canterbury scene, I just haven't had a chance to really sit down and listen to them. So yeah. Starting to run out of water here. Let's see here. Some more impressive prog metal acts over the past decade have been more heavy tech bands. Yeah, I would agree to that. I think that was just kind of the zeitgeist of the time. Like, I could almost pinpoint the years between 2007 and 2008. That's where we got really dark and heavy. And we're even looking at like bands, like the notable bands, right? Like Porcupine Tree. That's when they kind of switched from like Stupid Dream to well, I shouldn't say that, they were doing that well before that, but like those really, really heavy and dark stuff, and I think that just might be more of like the zeitgeist of the time more than anything else. But yeah, I think like and I think that's what people were kind of wanting and expecting, right? So yeah. What bands do you think are far superior live than their studio releases? I mean, King Crimson are kind of, you need to listen to them live. I really like some of the live outputs of Moon Safari. Gazpacho is also really, really good live. Yeah. Now, I wouldn't say that they were far superior, but you can see that there are certain songs and certain albums that need to be listened to live. So yeah. Yeah. More sludgy than Brazil. Okay. Hey, man, give Hatfield and the North self-titled a try for Canterbury. Okay, yeah, I'll do my best. Are you into tech death? Nah, if it's okay. There's certain times the tech death might get a little too much, and I find it's brutality for brutality's sake. I really like when they come together and just bring things together, you know? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, I love Between the Buried and Me, because they bring things together in such a way that's like very melodic and like grounded as well. Another band that does this really well are like the Faceless. Again, being like brutal and insane, but like bringing it down to a core. Like another band that I'm thinking of in terms of like that tech death is like Rings of Saturn. Again, another band that I love. They don't quite have that same kind of grab though. Like, I still love them and I love how insane they are, but you gotta be able to balance the insanity with some kind of grounding. So yeah. How about the song Le Priest by the French band? Never heard of it, man. I'm so sorry. I'll give it a try if I can remember. I've already got like 5 bands that I need to check out tonight, so kind of reaching my limit in that sense. So yeah. Iron Maiden are so good live. Yeah. I'm trying to think now of like an act that I really liked live. You know what I really like? Again, like I said, David Gilmour performing live, like his 2 live albums that he put out with his last 2 solo stuff. Fantastic stuff live. Like, holy jeez. Yeah. Does anyone know the song Where Owls Know My Name by Rivers of Nil? I do know of Rivers of Nil, but I've never actually listened to them. So, yeah. Do you have a ranking of the Axe by the Deer Hunter? Yeah. So, again, Matt O'Leary and I actually ranked them in a video that he did. My favorite fluctuates between 4 and 5. And I think originally I'd put 5 as my favorite, but I think I might actually change that and say 4 is my favorite. So my ranking from first to worst would then go 4, 5, 3, 1, 2. There you go. Yeah. Didn't know you have heard the Faceless. Autotheism is a great album. Yeah, I love Autotheism. I also loved their latest album of What, We Are Not Your Ghosts or something like that. That album really surprised me. It made my top 10 of that year. Really, really good. Yeah. Let's see here. Sorry if you missed talking about it before, but what are your thoughts on Vandergraaf Generator? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I talked quite at length actually previously. They're really good. I really, really like them. It's just when I was listening to them, I was at a point in my life that was not the greatest. So whenever I listen to them, it brings me back to that time. So I have a really hard time getting into them now, which is a shame because they put out such beautiful and amazing music. So it's just little. It's hard, right? So yeah, and that includes like the Peter Hamill solo stuff as well. Because I recently got his solo album, like the Silent Stage, or whatever it was called. And I listened to that, and even though I hadn't heard it before, it still had that same kind of style that I was just like, oh man, I just can't do it right now. So yeah, my 4 favorite albums of theirs, and again, how much I love them is just like really, really close together. So we got... we got Pawn Hearts, everything from Pawn Hearts to World Record. So like Pawn Hearts, God Bluff, Still Life, and World Record. All 4 of those are just brilliant. Thoughts on Protest the Hero? Love Protest the Hero. Again, when I first heard them, I didn't. I thought they were just not my style. I couldn't connect with it. Too abrasive, too hard. Just couldn't do it. But then when I moved to Toronto, I revisited them after, I think I got like Volition, or just before I got Volition, I revisited them because I was just like, now that I'm getting into like Opeth and I'm getting into... Between the Buried and Me and all these really heavy stuff, maybe I should revisit that Canadian band because I want to listen to more Canadian content. Yeah, Protest the Hero, fantastic. Fortress is still my favorite album of theirs, even though I really love some of the songs off of Volition. Yeah, like Mist and that first track off of the Volition was great. And I actually recently tweeted about that. If you're following me on Twitter, I just tweeted about that. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. I literally just tweeted about it because they just dropped their next single for their next album that's coming out in June. You're going to have my thoughts on that on Monday because I'm uploading that later. So let's just have a quick look to see what my thoughts were about that because I'm trying to bring my thoughts together, but it's kind of like holding on to slippery fish at the moment. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it was yesterday because I was talking. I think it was when somebody had commented on that. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, Fortress was one that got me into it. Yeah, Clarity from Volition. Really, really good stuff. I also love Tapestry off of Scurrilous. Tapestry might be my favorite one. But yeah, definitely an acquired taste for sure, at least in my mind. Yeah. Speaking of Teth Death, doesn't Black Crown Inventite have... That would be news to me because I don't know that band. Yeah. yeah, I was lucky enough to see, just blown away by seeing Stephen Wilson live with Porcupine Tree and solo. I was lucky enough to see Porcupine Tree when they were touring with The Incident. Because it was funny, I was living in Sudbury at the time. And oh wow, it got really loud all of a sudden. I'm going to, I'll just move it away. There we go. Yeah, so I was living in Sudbury at the time, and they were touring, and they came to Toronto. So I did like the 4.5-hour car ride down, stayed with my dad, and then I had class at like 10 a.m. the next morning. So I had to like get up at like 5 a.m. to get myself back up to Sudbury. Fantastic live. They played the entirety of The Incident and played a reel of their highlights. Really, yeah, I've seen Stephen Wilson now. Let's see, I saw him when he was touring Raven. I saw him twice when he was touring Hand Cannot Erase. I skipped out when he was touring the last show. But I think I saw him like 3 or 4 times. Yeah. So that was good. C'est la vie is probably my favorite protest song. Yeah, it's I really like that. Yeah. Between Porcupine Tree and Stephen Wilson's solo work, which do you think got an overall stronger discography? Stephen Wilson. Hands down Stephen Wilson's. Part of that is he's only had one album that I would consider a misstep, whereas Porcupine Tree, not necessarily a misstep, but definitely some lower stuff. Like, both hadn't put out a bad album. I really like pretty much everything that they did. But I think the highs were hit so much higher with Stephen Wilson's solo stuff than some of the highs that they were done with the other ones. Yeah. I'm really tired, guys. I'm sorry. And we have like an hour left, so we're going to slog on through this together. We got this. Yeah, we got this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, we got like 13 songs left. Okay. Yeah. Okay, where are we? Duel Summerland is an album that came out this past week and is gorgeous. It's a mix of dark prog that's beautiful, highly recommended. Cool. I might add that to the list. Duel. Summerland. Yeah, because I'm trying to find some better music that came out this year. Because so far, 2020 is leaving me wanting. Yeah, see, the Incident tour on my end, they opened up with King's X, or King X. Because I would have loved to see them tour with the Deer Hunter and Coheed. Instead, I got King X, and I did not like it at all. I did not like King's X, and maybe it was just the way that they played or what they were doing. It just did not connect whatsoever. And my buddy and I afterwards, it's a shame, but we laugh about it now. You know, like, we just could not get into it. I think they only played one song that I didn't hate. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. Yeah. So keep these questions coming, guys. Otherwise, I might just fall asleep. If you haven't noticed, I'm much more of an early to bed, early to rise kind of a guy. Especially now with the quarantine going on. So yeah, let's keep these questions coming. These are some really, really great back and forth. I'm really, really enjoying this. So yeah, let's keep them coming. Let's keep them going. While they're doing that, I want to take a look at some other prog archive stuff, because it looks like they're finally wanting to play well. They're playing well with others finally. Let's see here. The most popular album right now is Eternal Warnings from Homeless Soul. What is that? They are a neo-prog band, Eternal Warnings. I always do this, right? I always just take a look at the track lengths and just have a quick look. Not recognizing anything that's all that interesting about Neo Prague from Russia. That's kind of cool. Oh, they've got... oh, interesting. Formed by the Kineski sisters in 1997. That's cool. Complex music styles, trying to reproduce the sounds of everything they loved in the progressive rock in the 80s. They gave their first concert. Ah. You know what? I might have to listen to this. It's got 4 ratings, and so far it's very favorable. I wonder if it's on Spotify. If not, I mean, there's no actual ratings there. What? April 16th, and it's April, so that would have come out already. Let's see if it's on Spotify. I'm going to add it to the queue if it is. Let's see here. What's... That's the Eternal Warnings? Yeah, Eternal Warnings. I mean, this is generally how I find new music, is going through and... Eternal Warnings. Oh, Wanderers. That's why I'm looking for warnings. Wanderers. Oh, there we go. Playlists. Artist. Is this the right one? Yes, it is. Less than 1,000 listens per. Okay, well, this one's definitely going on the playlist. I'm adding it to my library. Yeah. This is one that I am 100% taking a listen to, because this looks very favorable. Very favorable indeed. It looks like it's still the 2 sisters that are doing the lead vocals. Keyboards, synthesizers. Yeah, if anybody's listened to them, let me know what you think. Has anybody heard about this so far? Let's see here. So far people are saying 20 new album from Intronaut. Good. Fear of a Blank Planet is the apex of both Porcupine Tree and Stephen Wilson's work. So yeah, this Eternal Wanderers, the Homeless Soul, that's got some promise there. I'm gonna have to check that out for sure. Let's see, is there anything else on the Prague archives now that it's finally behaving itself? Let's see here. Yeah, Eternal Wanderers is the most popular artist. I think we might have a contender. Pendragon is still up there for that. Tangerine Dream. Just seeing if there's anything that's really sticking out. Let's see here. Yeah, the Pure Reason Revolution album was pretty good. That might be up there for favorite albums so far. It was pretty good. I like that one. Studio album of 2010, The Leap. Just seeing. Let's see here. I usually like going for the top 20, top 10 albums, or the top albums of a year so far. So I still get a kick that Resistance from IQ is the #1 album from 2019. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't that good. Incarnate Venom was definitely better than that. My favorite is still the Thank You Scientist album. Yeah, the T-Club, If When, that was good. All right, let's see what we got for 2020. What's leading the race so far? We're about halfway through. Is there any on here? Yeah, so far it's the Pendragon, Upina from Pure Reason Revolution, Zoop. That's interesting. Oh, and there's the Lazuli for the Fantastique and Vol de Tir Bombe. That was good. That was good. I still haven't heard the new Nightwish album. I should get into that. I've heard some really good stuff from that. Ghost Toast, that's a fun one. Oh, Samurai of Prague. I'm not recognizing some of these. The Final Conflict from... I mean, at least we've got some good stuff, you know. There's enough to fill up at least 20. God-Shaped Void from Psychotic Waltz. I feel like I've heard Psychotic Waltz before. Oh, Peter Cross and Peter Banks put out a new album. That's cool. I actually like Peter Banks. All right, let's see. How is that chat doing? Oh, the next two songs are the favorite. Okay, cool. I'll keep an ear out. Yay. Let's see here. Intronaut is great. Let's collab. Takashi 6969. Yeah, sure. Let's see here. Anything else that we got here? Yeah, I'm just looking through the top. How many do we have right now? We've got 20 or 21 rather. Albums from 2020. So far, it looks like the leader is still the Pendragon one. I'm really interested to hear what this. I'll write it down actually. The Eternal Wanderers. Eternal Wanderers. And this is Homeless Soul. Homeless Soul. That should be good. Yeah, because apparently it's pretty good. Okay, and we are at, what are we doing for, okay, I'm at 25% on my phone, so hopefully that should get us through the last little bit. As we go there, how are we doing for the, I don't know if you're into Triumph, but they released 3 new singles this year. Yeah, do I know Triumph? Trivium. Is that how you pronounce it? Trivium? I've heard about it, so yeah. Since you're a morning person, what's the latest you've ever stayed up at night outside of major life events? I was at a party once where I was up until 2 a.m. and nearly died. Like I barely could move. Yeah, never again. There are a few nights where like I'll be reading a book, right? And I'll just like be so engrossed in the book and I won't even notice, and I'll turn around and see that it's like 1 a.m. and I'll be like, oh boy. So, yeah. Trivium. Okay, so that's how you pronounce it. Trivium. Cool. Yeah, I don't know them. I'm so sorry. What's the difference between a good prog band and a great one? Good prog bands put out good music, and a great prog band puts out great music. I don't know. I think a great prog band does something that nobody else has done before. You know, they'll take influences and make them their own to a point where you don't even recognize them anymore. And they'll kind of reshape what we expect out of the music. That's kind of like what makes them great. So, yeah, I think that's the difference between a good prog band and a great prog band. Yeah, because a good prog band can play great music, but a great prog band will take something and do something completely new. That doesn't just sound like, I don't know, garden tools caught in a food processor. Yeah, I remember having a conversation with somebody about 10 years ago that they thought that there's no such thing as new music. Everything is remixes. I mean, to a point, they had a point, because at that time, nothing but, like, the big thing was making remixes of already created music. But, you know, my point against that is that, you know, back in the 1800s, they literally closed the patent office because they believed that everything that could be invented was invented. You know, so just to say that there's no such thing as new music is ignorant. You know, like, I don't think... Just because you can't think... Well, I shouldn't say it like that. But, like, just because it sounds like everybody's copying one another, I think it's just building up the pressure for somebody to do something completely new. So, yeah. All right, let's keep those questions coming, guys. I need to stay awake. Let's get some good questions coming on. These have been fantastic, by the way, guys. Like, really, you've been knocking it out of the park in terms of keeping the questions and answers going. Really, really well done. Good jobs. Okay, keeping this guy awake. Let's see what else now that the Prog Archives is finally, like, I was giving the Prog Archives, kind of dumping on them. I just felt hurt that they would put so much roadblocks for me to try to look at their stuff. But, yeah. Let's see what else we got. Deer Hunters charting. Oh, I guess it's because of the Fox and the Hunt. I still need to pick that up. Unfortunately, I'm on a little bit of a budget right now, so I can't quite do that. So I won't. Excuse me. Sorry. Let's see. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Let's see here. In my opinion, C-Dot is peak Dream Theater. C-Dot. Scenes. No, not Scenes from Memory. What starts with C? Not Systematic Chaos. C-Dot. 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it was great. I still love some of the albums that came out after that, but yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. I really love Scenes from Memory, or not Scenes from Memory. Oh boy, 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. There's in the actual second disc, right, of the Solitary Shell. I used to sing that all the time because I was just like, this song is like written for me. I feel so identified by this. I feel so seen. I'm like, oh man, I was so young. Yeah. So yeah, really good stuff. I also love how experimental they were with that album. Yeah, it's really cool. Let's see here. If you want, you can link the playlist to your description or something if anybody wants. Yeah, does anybody else want to check out this playlist? I can put it in the description if anybody wants to. Let me know. I can put it in the description. That wouldn't be a problem. Should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, Solitary Shell. Like I still sing that every once in a while. Yeah, it's so moving. It just really gets to you. So yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. What else do I need to? What else should I look up just to keep this going? Let's see here. What other reviews do we have on here? The Leap put out a new album. Let's see here. District 97, their album from last year. Let's see here. Oh, cool. Krautrock looks like they have their own subgenre now on. Have they changed their subgenres? Let's see here. Canterbury Scene, crossover, electric, experimental, heavy prog is still there. Okay. Indo, prog, reggae, rock. Cool. That's good that it's got its own. Jazz fusion, krautrock. I'm glad to see that it's got its own thing. Neo prog, progressive electronic, progressive metal, psychedelic space, aero, avant-garde, prog, Italian, symphonic prog, Zool, and various genre and artists. Oh, cool. They don't have like the what were the two that like the retro prog and the prog related? Looks like those two have been folded up. What was the one that I was looking at? I wanted oh right, the let's get that. M. Ender Vault from Vossenberger. Cool. What do we got coming up here? Brenner Red Invasions. Doesn't look like I know any of those. Let's see. I'm just seeing if there's any new ones. Oh, there's another one from Zop from Canterbury Scene. I'm kind of curious as to what this Zop is. No, stop it. I think my computer's just United Kingdom. That would make sense. Oh, it's their only album so far. Self-titled. So what is this? Tell me more about Zop. Zop is the brainchild of composer and multi-instrumentalist Ryan Stevenson with collaboration from Andy Tillison. Oh! Collaboration from Andy Tillison of Prog Legends. Yeah, I know Andy Tillison. Ryan Stevenson. Was he one of the guys that came on in one of the later Tangent albums? Award-winning composer, credits music, documentary films, won Best Score from the IMDb industry for American track music for his work on The Perfect Gangster. Huh. I might have to check that out. I'll write that down, Zop. It's kind of cool. Let's see here. Anybody? Whoa, okay. It looks like we got... let's see here. People are talking. Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. What playlist is it? So this is a playlist from Spinobi. He's the guy that's been chatting away here about the different songs in the playlist. It's also in the description because he donated. So thank you very much, Spinobi, for donating. You did a live stream on them a few months ago, but did you ever delve deeper into Elder at all? I didn't, unfortunately. I just haven't had the time. So yeah, what album cover is behind you? It's a shower curtain. So yeah, let me link that. Check out, oopsies, come on. Bring that a little closer. Check out the, come on, fingers don't fail me now. The playlist here. There we go. Put that back. Ah! That hit enter about 5 times. There we go. And just grab that. Copy that. There we go. Now that should save. All things have been saved. All right. Cuckoo-cachoo. Let's see here. Yep, it's called the Edge of the Earth. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's been soothing, at least. It's all right. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm very glad that Prog Archives is finally acting properly. I want to see which albums they have under Krautrock. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Do I know any of these? Oh, okay, I know Yeti. The Amandulii. New. People keep telling me I need to get into new. Oh, Kangaroo. Okay. Can, yeah. Gru. Interesting. It's kind of cool. Let's see here. What were other ones that I saw from that I wanted to check out? Oh yeah, I wanted to see this reggae rock. Or raga, rather. Okay, let's see here. Do I know anything from this raga? Oh, okay, these are probably like... Yeah, this was what I was talking about. Like, this was something that I wanted to check out. It was like, I guess it's called raga? Oh, I said reggae. That's bad, Michael. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not recognizing any of these guys, unfortunately. But they're looking really good. Let's see, what other ones? No, what do they consider heavy prog? Let's see here. Yeah, Rush. It's mainly Rush. Porcupine Tree and Mars Volta. Haken as heavy prog. Interesting. Okay. Anecdoton as heavy prog. Also very interesting. But okay. Okay, I can kind of see it. It's interesting because I remember when I first got onto the Prog Archives, Porcupine Tree was in the psychedelic space rock. So what's left in the psychedelic space rock? Let's see what I have. Yeah, Pink Floyd, Eloy, Nectar, Nimrod. No, that. Oh, there's Kingston Wall. Glad to see that that's there. Yeah, I really enjoyed that when I was live streaming that. No Man, okay, I can see that. Deco. Ocean Size. Oh, interesting. That Ocean Size, every into position, or everyone into position is in there. And not frames. Might have to check that one out then. If this one's apparently better than frames, because I really, really liked frames. Frames was really, really good. Might have to check that one out. Yeah, I remember really, really liking frames. So let's see here. The playlist incorporates a lot of different themes: reality being a dream, self-discovery, finding oneself. I think Nost has been missing out on the theme since it's not his style. Well, that's okay. That's okay. It's so hard to choose between Octavarium or Under a Glass Moon for the best Petrucci solo. I think for me, my favorite Petrucci solo was Misery of Lost Souls. I really like that one. He did the same kind of solo for Best of Times. But I really, really like Ministry of Lost Souls. Yeah, I think that one probably has my favorite guitar moment on it. They still classify Opeth as technical express, even though they're newer stuff. See, that's the hardest part, right? Like, Porcupine Tree went through a giant transformation and ended up in the heavy, whereas, Opeth now has transformed themselves and is now in a heavy prog mindset when they started off and like solidified themselves as being a tech experimental stuff. So yeah, it's interesting about Octavarium there. Somebody was saying that it's favorite song, but the album as a whole is an 8 out of 10, which is funny. 8, right? It's that big 8 thing that they were playing with. I like the album overall. Like I listed it as my second favorite because I still love a lot of the smaller moments off of the album. Like I still love Panic Attack. Like that helped me through a lot. And even like Root of All Evil. Yeah, like even some of the smaller moments that not a whole lot of people like, I still really, really enjoy and love. Like I love that they were trying new things, and even though those were like more mainstream stuff, like what never, I always want to say it's Never Enough, but it's there's another song that's similar to that. Yeah, what's it called off of that? Anyway, it's basically a Muse song, but still, they were trying different things, right? They wanted to see if they could work in that kind of a fun atmosphere. So I at the end of the day, I still love Octavarium. Yeah. So for Repentance, Repentance is such a good. Oh boy, excuse me. Oh. It's a really, really good one as well. Like, yeah. You don't say much about early Roxy music. For Your Pleasure is a great album. Yeah, unfortunately, I've never listened to Roxy music, so I can't comment on it there, Barry. Sorry. These Walls Are Good. It's good. Yeah. 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 So keep those yeah. Keep those questions coming. Still got a little bit more time. On us. Let's see here. What else we got? Let's see here. Anything fun dropping? Anything big? Top DVDs, videos, interviews. Oh, yeah. If Genesis, let me just have a quick look at that. Genesis. Oops, better type properly. Genesis. Let's just see if. Yeah, so the whole thing, 3 sides live. Let me just have a quick look at that. That's great that they're releasing all their albums. 3 sides live, concert released in tandem with the live of the same title, which charts tops. Yeah, because I've got the 3 sides live record. So what's on this? Behind the Lines. Okay. Misunderstanding. Oh, interesting. So it's not in the same runtime as the album itself. But it looks like most of the songs are the same. Except Whodunit's on it, which that could have been left off. Yeah, because it starts off with Behind the Lines and Duchess, goes into Misunderstanding, because Misunderstanding started the third side. And then Dodo and Lurkers on there, and Abacab, No Reply at All, Whodunit. And then In the Cage, it's that medley. Yeah, I don't think Man on the Corner was on the... I also don't think that Turn It On Again was on that. That's really cool. Genesis are going on tour. Okay, so apparently it's still going on tour. Premiered 7 hours ago. Follow the links on Genesis. Genesis owns all the rights. That's cool. That's really cool. I'm glad to see that they were able to bring this up. I'm going to have a lot of fun watching this. Oh, and it looks like it's like the actual like thing that they do, because it's looks like there's cuttings of interviews within the within it. That's kind of cool. Again, it's a shame that some of the bootlegged, well, not bootlegged ones, but like, I wonder if it's available. Genesis Live 1980. Let's see, because I was able to find it. Yeah, the one that I saw was the Live at Lyceum 2018. I actually have that on DVD somewhere. Yeah, The Lady Lies remastered. That was good. Yeah, because it's got some really, really good stuff on that one. Like if it lists, say, track lengths, yeah, it starts off. So essentially, this is the same one that I have, just edited, that I have bootlegged. Starts off with Deep in the Motherlode, goes into Dancing with the Moonlight Night, Carpet Crawler, Squonked. I don't think Squawked is on it though, but it does have one for the Vine, and that was the first side. And then Behind the Lines, Duchess, those aren't on it. Guide vocals, Turn It On Against Duke Child. Yeah, because they do the whole like the Duke suite at that time. Because I don't think they actually recorded Duke at that time, and they were still playing with the thought that it was going to be one song. So that's why it's all at the item there. And then Say It's Alright, Joe, The Lady Lies, Ripples, In the Cage, Calling You a Slipper Man, Afterglow, and then Follow You, Follow Me, Dancing on Volcano, Drum Duet, Los Endos, I Know What I Like, and The Knife. So that's really cool. That's really cool. I'm glad that they were able to do that. I might have to have a listen or watch to that. That's cool. I better check the chat. We've got a whole bunch of these ones good. Sasha has retracted a message. What's your favorite album cover in terms of emotional impact when viewing it? Huh. That's a good question. I mean, obviously there are albums that I'm drawn towards because of nostalgic reasons. Like Fragile and anything from Roger Dean. Yeah, I really like that album stuff. Yeah, just thinking if there's any other albums that like emotional reaction when I'm viewing it. Yeah, most of the time it's just like the music that comes about within it. So, yeah. I saw Dream Theater live past year here in Brazil, playing Scenes from a Memory in its entirety. Yeah, I've seen Dream Theater, 4 times now? Because I saw them when they were touring Black Clouds and Silver Linings. I saw them when they were touring the self-titled. I saw them do The Astonishing. And then I saw them tour the latest one. And I think my favorite one probably would have been that Scenes from a Memory. Really, really blew me away. Hearing it in its entirety, like hearing Scenes from a Memory in its entirety, really, really emotional. Like I was very pleased with how they did it. Yeah. And the songs that they played before it, I was very pleased with. I thought they played a really good selection of songs from their back catalog. Yeah, I was really yeah. Let's see here. Saw Genesis live in '77. Ah, that would have been amazing. I'm very jealous there, Barry. That would have been amazing. What's your opinion on Blackfield? Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. I like their first two albums, Blackfield 1 and 2. The third and fourth one were kind of not great. Blackfield 5 was okay. Better than 3 and 4 for sure. Although, 3 and 4, it's not called 3 and 4. I think one is like test your DNA or it's in your DNA or something like that. No, sorry, that's Blackfield. I might be confused here. I don't think they have 5 albums. I think they only have Blackfield. I think they only have 4. Blackfield. I know I could wait until the chat tells me differently, but let's have a quick look. Blackfield. No, they have 5. They have 5. I also love the friendship between the two of them. I think they're fantastic. Yeah, so there's Welcome to My DNA, which was Blackfield 3, and then Blackfield 4 and 5. Yeah, I really, really love Blackfield 1 and 2. Fantastic works. I think that they're just an amazing work. Very emotional, much more like angsty almost, but still music that I love. And then yeah, but yeah, I still think that Welcome to My DNA and Blackfield 4 didn't quite hit me. I like Blackfield 5 a little bit more than 3 and 4, but not quite as much as 1 and 2. So yeah, that was let's see here. Need to see Dream Theater, one of the bands I've never gotten to see. Yeah, and Dream Theater is interesting live too, because this is kind of hit and miss. Like James LeBray's voice does waver quite a bit. He was exceptional when I saw him do The Astonishing, and I saw him do Scenes from a Memory in full. But man, when I saw him do like the self-titled tour, I cringed quite a few times. It wasn't the best performance. But it sounds like he's really taking care of his voice now. So, yeah. Not quite. This is the longest song, not quite epic status, though based on prog song definitions. Yeah, I saw that this one's about 8 minutes long. So, yeah, we'll see where it goes. Let's go. All right, let's see what else we got. Excuse me. So I always like popping back into the prog subgenres just to see if there's any change-ups in terms of prominent albums. You know how they have the top albums. I always like to dive in just to see if there's any change within the past couple of years. Like it looks like Opeth's In Cautum Venenum is in the list of tech extreme prog metal albums, and yet if somebody were to listen to that expecting a extreme tech metal, they might be disappointed. Same with Pale Communion. I mean, they're both fantastic and some of my favorite stuff, but yeah, I mean it's on the same list as Death and Atheist and Cynic and Disillusion and Edge of Sanity and Voivod. I'm like, ooh, very, very different indeed. Yeah. Let's see, what do we have for post-rock, math rock? I completely forgot of Sigur Rós. I have like a handful of their albums. That's another one that's really, really good. Yeah. Let's see here. Interesting that Swan's album of Soundtrack for the Blind and Children of God are on here, but my favorite one of Be Kind, To Be Kind isn't on there. Huh. I did enjoy Leaving Meaning, I will admit. I did enjoy that. I have to go back and re-listen to Children of God now. But Soundtracks for the Blind was definitely really good. Yeah, Children of God. Although they did that like 360 switch, right? They're like, what to switch? All right, let's see here. Excuse me. Oh, it's just my phone. Which of your YouTube videos are you most proud of making? I really am most proud probably of my in-depth analysis of the 2 soundtracks for the Legend movie, where I compare Tangerine Dream's soundtrack to William Goldsmith's soundtrack, and kind of like do a little bit of a deep dive into the history of the 2 soundtracks, why they have 2 soundtracks, some of the challenges the movie was facing. Yeah, because I did a lot of work for that, and it didn't really get a whole lot of traction, which was a little I don't know. I know that's not necessarily the audience for that, but yeah, I was a little disappointed that it didn't get as much love as some of my other, yeah, because that's let's see if I can find that Legend soundtrack essay. So they did a couple essays of that. Yeah, 344 views, and I put so much work into that. Yeah, but I'm still very proud of that. I really am. I'm, yeah, extremely proud of that. What I did about that. It's just sad that there's only about like 300 views on that. In comparison, like a video that literally took me the same amount of time to film and edit and upload, that took to do, yeah, like my prosthetic track review got like 1,000 views, and it took me maybe like a total of about an hour to whip up and do. I mean, it is what it is, right? You can't control that. It's just, yeah, it's interesting. Was blown away by Incon and Venom. Really didn't think Opeth could put out such a good record. Do you think they will make another one? Of course they will. Of course they will. I mean, I thought that Pill Communion was their best album. And Incon and Venom, it blew me out of the water again. So yeah. Yeah, I think they'll definitely make another great one. I don't think they're ever going to go back to the tech extreme metal, but I think they definitely have at least one or two more really, really good music. I think they're going to continue to evolve, and I think they're going to continue to evolve with Michael's skills. I can see them being more mellow and taking that approach. So yeah. Cloudy now. Yeah, cool. Do you consider Wish You Were Here prog? Yeah, of course. The album or the song? Like the song itself, not necessarily, but the album itself, yeah, 100% is prog. Kind of Venom was a great comeback. Can you rank your favorite Porcupine Tree songs from each of their what? Can I rank my favorite Porcupine Tree songs from each of their albums? Not right now. I don't have the brain power for that. Because first I would have to think of what's my favorite song from each album, and then I would have to think of where that would be in terms of my favorite area. That's not gonna happen right now. I'm so sorry. I just don't have the brain power to do that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Sorry, bud. Yeah, all right, so we've passed the 4-hour mark. Woo! If anybody here is still watching from the original, when I went live at 7, good on you. Good job. Let's keep this train going. Yeah, let's keep that going. It's good to see that the King Crimson Worst to Best albums is getting some traction. It's at 3,000. That's good. I mean, I won't lie. I was expecting it to do a little bit better, seeing as so many people were begging, like literally begging. Like I got emails and messages, and I mean, obviously, lots and lots of requests on videos to do it. So I was expecting it to like really, really bloom, but yeah, because I mean, it's only been out for 2 weeks, but yeah, if I sort by most popular, I know my most popular one right now is still my Yes Worst to Best at 120,000 views. That's still incredible. I still can't believe that. And it looks like all of my Worst to Best take up the first, 2, 4, 6. Yes, Genesis, Pink Floyd, Dream Theater, Rush, and Opeth. Then it goes to Siri. Then it goes to Porcupine Tree and Supertramp. Oh, I'm glad to see that the Supertramp one is getting some traction. And then my it looks like my highest rated Tool, or my highest rating album review, is the Tool in Fear Inoculum, which is good. For some reason, my stupid video comparing How Bad Can I Be versus Biggering video essay got quite a lot. To me, that's funny. I think that's hilarious. Yeah, and then I've got the Electric Light Orchestra. So it's just interesting to see which albums are doing well and which ones aren't. Too bad I can't sort by like I can sort by most popular, but I really want to see if there's least popular. Because I mean, going back, let's see here. I know that there was like notes on 2014. I only have like 81 views on it. I'm sure you guys are loving this, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, why would you guys be watching me going through and seeing my old videos and seeing what the view counts are? But here we are. Yeah, Sluggery by Orionaut. Yeah, that's when I was still able to handle when bands would reach out to me and wanting to review like a single track, which I cannot. I just can't. I'm sorry, guys. But that's only got 37 views. And then people wonder why I don't do it. 37. That might be the lowest number of views I've got on a video. And that was put out 4 years ago. Okay, let's see what we got here. Best album cover of the last decade, and why is it Mirror Weeper by The Bell Witch? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That was a fantastic album cover. I still stare at that album cover. It's brilliant and beautiful. Yeah, it's unreal. What do you think about Magma? Yeah, they're fine. I have a harder time to get into them. They're a little too out there for me, but yeah. Magician's Birthday was a great album cover. Yeah, that's another one from Roger Dean. Love the artist. I kind of like Wizards and Demons a little bit more. But yeah, no, still really good. Any bands you plan to do a worst to best video soon? Yep, but I don't want to give away anything. I want you guys to keep guessing and try to figure it out. I do have a Patreon worst to best album that I need to get through. The band has a very extensive discography, so it's taken me quite a while to get through all the albums because I've only listened to one prior to them asking me to do it. So I really need to so yeah, it's just getting through all the different albums is taking it a while. It's taking a while to do. And I let him know about that before he told me to do it, because like there's 10, 15, there's like 16 albums, and not all of them are available on Spotify, so trying to find them elsewhere has been extremely difficult. So yeah, so there's that one that's been in the works for almost a year now. And then now that I'm done my King Crimson, there's another couple of albums or a couple of bands that I want to do. and I'm not doing any more of the bands that are done. Or sorry, let's try that again. I'm not doing any more albums or bands that are still creating music because now my Opeth, Flower Kings, Dream Theater, all those worst to bests are obsolete. Like they're no longer current because yeah, they're excuse me, they're done. So oh boy, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, questions. Let's see here. What do you oh, this is the title track of sorts. Okay, cool. There you go. This is the title track. That's cool. What do you think about the Canterbury scene? I haven't listened to enough of it to really give an opinion about it. But yeah. Let's see here. Am I familiar with Captain Beyond? I've heard of them, but I haven't listened to them. I've heard of Captain Beyond though. I haven't heard. I haven't listened to anything from them, so I can't tell you anything about that. Let's see what else we got here. Just looking through some of these old videos, and it's just like, oh boy, little baby notes, so young. Yeah, I remember. So 3 years ago, I put out Baby Metal's Metal Resistance, and it was the first video of mine to break 1,000. And it skyrocketed to like 5,000 within 25 hours. And I was just like, what happened? What did I do? And I guess it landed on one of the Metal Baby forums, and just people searched it out. And I was just like, wow, 5,000. I remember when 5,000 was a lot of views. I remember just being blown away that a video of mine had been seen by 5,000 people. Like, that's insane for me. I thought that was just ridiculous. I'm like, holy jeez, 5,000 people. Yeah, that was cool. That was really cool. Let's see if there's anything else I want to talk about, because I completely ran out of things. I thought leveling up my character would take out some time, but not enough. Let's see here. Most overrated prog album. Somebody already asked me that, and I said I couldn't think of anything, and after considering, I still can't think of anything. Yeah, I can't think of any prog album that's overrated at the moment. Sorry. There's a new Canterbury scene album, Zop. Yeah, I have that written down. It's on my to listen list. It looks kind of cool. So I'm gonna take a look at Zop to see what that's all about. What are your thoughts on Oasis and Blur? Which band do you think is superior? I don't know too much about Oasis and Blur. I know like peripherally, like I got a couple of their songs off of like the Big Shiny Tunes lists way back in the day when Much Music was putting out like the Big Shiny Tunes. I don't know enough about either of them to tell you which one I like more or less. So yeah, that's that. You look tired. I am so tired right now, Gray. I am so tired. But it's okay. We're in this together. I said I was going to listen to this playlist, and I meant it. So I'm here and I'm listening to this playlist, and it's yeah. My favorite video of yours is the notes on Lateralis. Such a great review. Thank you, man. That means a lot. I put a lot of thought into that one. I really enjoyed talking about it. I tried to put my own spin on it because it's an album that's been talked about a lot, so I wanted to give my own personal experience with it, which is why I went so deep into some of the more like my personal experience with it, with my meditations and how it helped me get through a very, very difficult time. So yeah, tired, aka cute. Oh, thank you. I try. Tired and sick. Not sick. Not sick. Just been talking for 4 hours straight. So it's just how I am. That's just how it is. But we're gonna get through it. We've got how many songs do we have left? We've got 3 songs left. So we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's like eating the giant sandwich, right? Just one bite at a time. I could have thought of a better analogy, but that's the one you're getting right now. So yeah. Still trying to figure out how I'm going to find all these albums from this this worst to best that I need to do, because not all of them are available, but I want to cover each of their albums. So that so far has just been the hardest part, is trying to find the albums. I mean, some are easier to find than others, but it's just trying to figure out where they are. So yeah. All right, guys, you need to keep asking me questions, otherwise I'm going to fall asleep. Let's see here. Is there any band you wish could go see live or missed out on? Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. I still haven't seen Mastodon. I think they would be a lot of fun to see live. I still really wish I could have seen Emerson, Lake and Palmer in the 70s. I wouldn't want to see them any other time. Like after their brain salad surgery, maybe during the works, but still probably brain salad surgery. That would have been really cool. So I think I've seen all the other bands that I really, really want to see. I really want to see Moon Safari. So if they come to like Ontario or Toronto, that'd be amazing. So I think Moon Safari would probably be the ones that I want to check out. Thanks for recommending Southern Empire and Core. Saw your reviews both for these and check them out. Yeah, no problem. I mean, that was part of the reason why I set this up. I set this up so that I could introduce more people to more bands, because I got tired of recommending bands to my friends and everybody being like, I don't care. Like, stop talking. Like, we don't want to listen to your stupid, weird, long music. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll see if anybody on the internet wants me to talk about it. So, yeah. Have I listened to TNT by Tortoise? I have not. Sorry. Off topic, but when do you think this virus will come to an end? I don't know. Yeah, I don't have... I mean, I've only got the information that everybody else has, right? So I can only really... I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I hope it ends soon, but it'll end when people follow the directions that everybody's telling them. Wash your hands and social distance, and don't go out unless you need to. So yeah, as long as everybody follows the protocols, and hopefully it'll end sooner rather than later. But what I would prefer is, like, I would rather have it take longer and everybody being safe than rushing the quarantine lift and then more people getting sick and dying. So let's see here. Do you have any friends apart from online to talk to music about? I don't have any. I find it difficult sometimes. I feel alone in this passion. Yeah. No, I totally feel you there, Project 5. Totally feel you about that. I think the internet has been a fantastic place for opening up the conversations and making those connections, because that's why I started this, because I didn't really have anybody else to talk to about it. So that's what I did. Now I have created friends from this, which has been fantastic. So I have more people to talk to about it. I mean, I also have my dad, who has a very similar style and taste in music. And growing up, I had childhood friend that I used to talk to quite a bit in my young adult life, that we both really, really enjoyed the same music. But yeah, it's hard. All I can ask, or all I can recommend is, if you want to start making your own videos, there's a bunch of us now. There's the similitude of Prague, who was in here previously. He does some great videos. Travis Loesch does a whole bunch as well. It was really, really great. Yeah. Let's see here. What else do we got? Will you do another starter pack? I was thinking about doing one for like the post rock, because that's the only other genre of progressive rock that I feel comfortable doing one with. I might do that one. I'm still kind of debating if I'm going to do that one. I don't know quite enough about it to really get into it, but yeah, there's that. I wish I could go see Pink Floyd in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, same. That'd be great. I Have a Time Machine band I'd want to see would be either Pink Floyd on the Animals tour or Rush on the Hemisphere tour. Yeah, that'd be good. How bad is the virus in Ontario? It's not great. It's better than some places, but it's not great. I don't think enough people are following protocol. Like a lot of people are, and we have a fantastic healthcare system. But I still don't think enough people are following the protocol. But I mean, we got to be like, we're very blessed. Like it's not as bad as other places. I think it's like the second worst one. So, yeah. What else do we got here? Spinobi sent up. Man, you didn't have to do that. You're already paying for this. Well, thank you so much. That's great. Spinoni just threw me $20 reduce. That's great. Thank you so much for listening to this playlist all the way through. I know it's a genre you're not your style, but you gave it a chance. I hope on some level it expands your musical knowledge and appreciation for different styles. Of course, I'm always open for different styles and different takes. I always love trying different things, because nothing bothers me more than somebody just blanketing statement, I don't like this music style, and then they didn't give it the proper chance. I'm always open to do something like that. So thank you so much there, Spinobi. That really means a lot. That's great. Okay, I'm going to get to these last couple of questions here. I don't want to know about this stupid long music. I know the feeling. Yeah. I saw Pink Floyd in Montreal during the Wish You Were Here tour. Oh, that would have been fantastic. I would love to see Swans on the Dead tour. That would have been cool. Yeah. I would have loved to see Swans live. I think they were really great. So, yeah. How often do you use speakers instead of your headphones? As often as I can. I will use headphones if I'm out and about. But if I'm at home, I generally use speakers. Now, I will use my noise canceling headphones because I want to get as much music out of it as I can. So yeah. Just in these last couple of minutes, guys, I'm going to thank all my patrons again. So let's bring those guys up. So the individual that suggested all this, Isaac Spinobi, he's the one that got me to do this. Thank you so much. Definitely expanded my knowledge in terms of this style of music. Still not quite for me. Just didn't connect with it, and that's fine. I'd rather spend 4.5 hours giving something a try and knowing that it's not for me than to just assume. So, there's parts on it that I enjoyed. But yeah, overall, it just didn't really do anything. But no, thank you very, very much, Spinobi. Very, very glad to do it. And thank you to all my patrons on here. Matthew, Aiden, Andreas, Austin, Anthony, Rick, Kevin, Ted, Bryson, Hemulin, Chris, Joggin Chum, GRV Rush 2112, who is here in the chat. Thank you very, very much. Joseph, Charles, Brian, Mark Foy, Brian, Jeffrey, Axel, Joseph, Travis, Calvin, Tamas, Mark, and the newest addition, T-Dog. Thank you all so much. It really, really means a lot. Very glad to do it. If you want to be awesome like these guys and you want to donate, I've left the Patreon link down below. So go and have a look at that. Check out some of the perks that you can get based on the different levels that you want. And yeah, Hope everybody's having a great night and a great time. That's the end of that. Thank you everybody for coming out. I am going straight to bed. So yeah, if you found that you were connecting with this music, I've put the SoundCloud link for the playlist there, so you can go check that out. And I forgot that I didn't. Well, yeah, thank you. There we go. So that's done. Check out the playlist. I've linked it down below. Thank you again, Spinobi, for getting me to do this. It was a blast. I had a really good time talking with everybody and listening to some cool, chill music. It was good. Yeah. So that's about it. All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming out and checking up on this. Hope everybody's doing well in these crazy and strange times. Oh, dude, somebody else gave me a huge bump. That's amazing. Just wanted to say thanks for this live stream. It was a great time. Leonard, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right because that's how I do. Leandro. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. That is just fantastic. You guys didn't have to do that, but I really, really appreciate that. That is just fantastic. Glad to do it. If you want to have me do another live stream of suggesting your own audio or whatnot, check out that Patreon link down below. That'd be great. All right, I hope everybody stays safe. Wash your hands. Continue social and physical distancing. We're going to get through this together. All those other fun sayings. It's going to be fine. Keep checking up on everybody. And all right, I'm going to take off. I hope everybody has a great night. And until next time, notes out.